Moreover, they are encouraged to submit agenda items at any time prior to 10 days before the meeting, with all those legitimate opportunities to speak. Board members should not also be allowed to consume time reserved for the public or to make statements that could lead to discussion not on the agenda. Now, I'll take comments in opposition to that motion.
I'll make a comment in opposition to that motion.
Recognizing Mr. Callaghan.
This is an absolute sham and probably a violation of the First Amendment. Really, this is put in place to silence board members from speaking out against items. This is, as you will recall, Mr. Chair, I asked for items to be put on the board agenda last time to talk about very, very important items that really our certificate members should be aware of, and you refused to put those on the agenda, so I couldn't talk about it. The way that these meetings are structured are to really limit the comments of board members so that we can't fully vet the ideas and expressions of this board. The archaic way that we do this, the for and against with three rounds is ridiculous. It doesn't follow the Robert's Rules of Order at all. It was some archaic motion made 10 years ago, right when the board started, that doesn't pertain to today. We should be transparent. We should be able to speak freely amongst board members and have open and honest debate about issues. That's what this board is all about. That's what the public expects. That's what the legislator expects us to do. Not try to hide items and allow for minimal context in the way of motions that we've been basically doing forever. It's a way to silence the board members. And for those folks who don't understand, when we go for against and then for, if there is no more for, then we can't go against. So ostensibly, you can have one round of this and be done. It's a way for the administration of this organization to silence board members from speaking out against things that they truly believe are important and should be fully vetted amongst these board members.
Thank you. And to speak in favor of the motion. Hearing none, we'll call for a vote.
Mike Kelly,
No.
Shayna Faber,
Yes.
Jeff Foreman, Heather Forshee.
I was being talked to, I didn't hear what he said.
We're taking the vote.
Okay, so the vote is yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you. Heather Forshee,
Not a chance.
Sarah Frazier,
Yes.
Jennifer Gonzalez,
No.
Michael Marylander, Bernadette Murray,
No.
Stephanie Powell,
Yes.
Martha Soffer.
Yes. Shall we ask for public comment?
Thank you. That was my next question. Does anybody from the public wish to speak about this motion?
This microphone? Anyone?
Hi, I'm Rhonda Cutter, massage therapist in Marin County, and thank you for having the meeting today. And I understand this is an awkward time right now, and you have some decisions before you. It sounds like there's just some miscommunications about the procedure, and I would recommend that the board have a training and just have a time for open discussion about how you want to conduct your meetings. It feels like it's just but that's my suggestion to the organization. So, thank you again for this moment, and hope we can move forward quickly with the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carter, for coming today and for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak?
Lauren McLaughlin, CAMTC Certified Massage Therapist 27187. I fully back my colleague in his motions and his clarity of communication regarding what's happening with this board. It would be a breath of fresh air to see actual discussion instead of rubber stamping everything at every meeting. I've been to many of these. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment and for coming today.
Morning. My name's Jody McComas, massage therapist, orthopedic therapist in Sacramento. And it was really refreshing. Thank you, Mike, for bringing that up. Transparency, I think, eludes this board. Welcome to the new people. It's really cool to have some fresh ideas, new smiles at all. I think that transparency is really, really critical here. And in many cases, I'm not the wisest person in the world, but boards have a tendency to speak where real people like us on the outside can't understand it. And y'all have a tendency to move very quickly with your yays and nays and fours and no's. So I think backing up a little bit, I think supporting Mike in this issue is really important, and y'all need to have a say. And I also don't think that anybody needs to be afraid to hold what they feel. And I think that sometimes people get intimidated by power and control. And I don't see that to be a positive thing. I see it to be a very negative thing. It's not a dictatorship. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, for coming today. Anyone else?
Good morning. My name is Emily Drion. I'm a massage therapist here in Scotts Valley. I own a practice just up the road, so thank you very much for coming to our community. I do want to speak in favor of and I don't know exactly how boards work, but the motion about having everybody to have more time to speak. I was licensed in Hawaii, where there was a lot of clear direction for massage therapists about what is all the different things of what's allowed, what's not allowed, and there was just clear direction. And as a business owner, I felt that I don't know what the board is here for. And I feel like that's because there's not a whole lot that's going, like a lot of conversation that's being had. And so I would love to see there being more interactive conversation so that we can call the board, because I call very frequently to ask questions, and I'm always referred to the website, which just doesn't have a whole lot of detailed information about a lot of practical things that are relevant to us as massage therapists and what's out here promoting the industry and just maintaining that level of professionalism when I don't even know what that really is here in California. So I would love to see more communication so we can have more clear understanding of what the board is here for and what us as practitioners are allowed to do, supposed to do, and can say, and all the things. So thank you.
Thank you for coming today. Is there anyone else who wishes to comment?
Hi.
Hi.
Excuse me. My name is Alamia Basaldua. I am a former massage school owner, and I am currently trying to open a massage school here in Capitola. I come from a family of massage school owners, and I have been in the industry since 1971. I am on other boards, not related to massage, but I can say Robert's Rules of Order is very, very vital to follow. So when boards get off of that, we run into trouble. So I would say, I would comment that Robert's Rules of Order is very vital. Thank you.
Thank you for coming today.
Stacy DeGoyer, massage therapist. It seems that a very simple request at the continuation of one particular item would be to please continue this for 5 more minutes, and that would save time for everyone.
Not clear about your question, Mr. Goyer. Please explain a little more what you're asking for.
Not a question, just that a procedure which seems to be in the context of Robert's rules that you would be able to say, we will continue debate for 5 more minutes.
That's an option, certainly, at every meeting. Any further public comment? Hearing none, I'll ask Charlotte to take a roll call vote. Yes.
Actually, can I have Mike repeat it, just so I'm clear on, I have it down, but I want to make sure I'm clear on what the actual motion is.
Yes. The action motion would be to allow every board member to speak for or against up to 2 minutes on every agendized item that we have comment on, the ability to comment on. We'd be dispensing with the for and against.
Sorry, Mike, I want to be clear because you just said the motion was to allow every board member to speak
For up to 2 minutes on any item.
for or against, but you don't want that, right?
Exactly, and we'd be doing away with the for and against.
Right, so then can I just make sure that I'm rephrasing this so Charlotte has it right?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Tell me if I get this
Sure.
wrong. So the motion is to allow every board member to speak for 2 minutes?
For up to 2 minutes.
Up to 2 minutes on every item?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Kalicki,
Yes.
Shayna Faber,
No.
Jeff Foreman,
No.
Heather Forshee,
Yes.
Sarah Frazier,
Yes.
Jennifer Gonzalez,
Yes.
Michael Marylander,
Yes.
Bernadette Murray,
Yes.
Stephanie Powell,
No.
Martha Soffer,
No.
Christy Underwood,
Yes.
Mark Dixon.
No. Motion fails. So we are back.
No,
Seven.
no,
I have
Mark.
seven.
Motion passes. 7 in favor, is what I have.
I'm sorry, I didn't count 7, I counted 6. Motion passes. Great. Now we will be speaking for unlimited choices, for and against, but not in any particular order for the rest of the meeting.
Hey, was that just for this meeting or is that moving forward?
That's every meeting.
That, I believe, the intention was every meeting.
Okay.
Well, good. You have demonstrated what the board can do when it has a policy it likes to change, or is interested in changing. Good job. I didn't have a dog in the race, but my job is to follow the rules as they're written. Now they've been changed. Next item is fourth in order, number 4, closed session regarding Government Code Section 11126E. Welcome. And for this portion of the meeting, we ask the public and the sound editor to exit the room, and you'll be notified when we return to open session.
And just a comment, when you leave the room, please leave your bags, take your bags with you. You cannot have any bags unattended in the room. Thank you.
Thank you.
An airport, inconvenient for everyone to get to. Love the location, love to come visit here with my family. But I'm just trying to understand the philosophy of how we pick these locations. They've been all over the map, from Palm Springs to Napa to here. Love all those places. But when we're talking about expenses and our members concerned about expenses and the opportunity to come here and speak in person, why are we not near an airport? And the other aspect of that really that isn't taken into consideration is the fact that people have to catch flights. And we're over a long, dangerous road, which is subject to traffic jams all the time. I'm just trying to understand whether it's you or the executive officer who's making these decisions, and what possible management practices are you putting in place when you think about where to have these meetings. So I'm just trying to understand why we're here. You never really answered me. So I'd like you to answer for all of us why we're here of all places in the world. And you might say, well, it's less expensive in Fresno here also, but it doesn't make sense. So I'm just asking why we're here and what is the policy moving forward as to where we're going to have these meetings.
I don't have a copy of the email I sent you explaining the specific reasons why I choose locations. I need you to know, first of all, I am the ultimate decider as to how we choose a location for the meeting. I'm guided by whether it's cost effective, for travel, lodging, and food. I'm moved by attention to having maximum attendance of our directors. It's important to have every member present whenever possible. I'm also moved by the importance of the safety and security of our directors and our guests. And also, in fact, you've been included in this one several times, and that is a combination of directors with special needs. You've expressed a special need to have a meeting very close to your office in the past, and we met in Burlingame many times to accommodate that need.
I've never expressed that need. I don't know where that came from, but I've never expressed that need to have it in my own. A desire? Great, yeah. Near an airport? Terrific. A need? No.
We remember the incidents differently, I expect. We got a rate for this hotel of $119 a night. To get in a hotel less than 200 anywhere near the San Jose airport would have been very difficult. That's a considerable savings of the board's money. So that's a response to the criteria I use to select locations for the meeting.
Which tells me absolutely nothing as to the philosophy of how we're going to hold these meetings in the future. And also, as far as the needs of Mr. Foreman, who I'm glad he's here, I'm glad he participated. He could have participated remotely. I'm sure you're aware of the new law as of January 1st, where a board member, for health reasons, can participate remotely. We could have done that without inconveniencing everyone and have us drive or fly to this location and get in a car, rent a car, and drive over here. So I would ask that you, Mr. Chairman, and the executive officer be more cognizant of expenses and time and consideration of this board's time when we're picking these locations. It'd be great. We used to have it in Los Angeles where you'd land, you'd walk to the location, and then you'd walk back and catch your plane. Somewhere near a major airport is always desirable. We have never done it in Sacramento, which I'm surprised. I'm sure we've got certificate holders in Sacramento that would like to be part of this also, but
We've had more meetings with Sacramento in the past.
I don't remember them, so I wasn't part of them, that's for sure. So now you have my comments. I would just ask this, you, Mr. Chairman, if you're the one in fact selecting, to be more cognizant of the locations that we pick.
I stand by what I said. Those are the criteria I used to select a meeting. Was there anything else you wanted to say on the subject?
No, but other people may have things to say on the subject.
Well, to have things to say, there needs to be a motion to discuss. Does anybody wish to make a motion on this issue?
I'd like to make a motion to open it up and get the feedback from the board as to their preference.
Board?
Don't we need a second?
I'll second.
Oh,
It's been seconded and moved to open up discussion on this issue for the board. Moved by Heather, seconded by Christie. Great. And when you're ready, call for a vote, please. Bear in mind, everybody, this is the longest agenda we've had in some time. Some of the issues are extremely pressing, requiring a lot of deliberation and attention. And I'm going to ask for have your thoughts together and not repeat yourself several times in the same statement, and get your information out as efficiently as possible. Thank you. Take a vote, please.
Mike Callaghan,
Yes.
Shayna Faber,
Yes.
Jeff Foreman,
Please operate now.
Heather Forshee,
yes.
Sarah Fraser,
Yes.
Jennifer Gonzalez,
Yes.
Michael Marylander,
Yes.
Bernadette Murray,
Yes.
Stephanie Powell,
Yes.
Martha Soffer,
I'm upset.
Christie Underwood,
Yes.
Mark Dixon,
Yes, and the motion carries. The floor is open for discussion. First hand up. Sarah, Heather?
I'll make it brief. It is often difficult to travel to distant locations to, for whatever reasons that the chair chooses to locate meetings. And I think all of us are very busy, and if we could locate these meetings, close to a major airport that's, you know, basically an easy hop, Sacramento, LA, or the Bay Area, that would be my preference. And also driving, I hear a lot of complaints about driving, and there's traffic. We all want to contribute to this board, and we think it's important that we make it as convenient as possible for everyone.
Thank you. You were handing this up.
I just have a comment that I do realize we have a very large agenda, and maybe that's not been the past. I'm not sure if we've ever done 2-day meetings, that might have been a better possibility for me. I can say that I don't want to drive that road in the night, so I'm hoping that we can wrap this up while there's still some daylight. I know some of us drive a very long way. Love that we do have people here from Scotts Valley in this area, so I'm happy about that. But I'm sorry, the road is too treacherous for me to drive at night.
Thank you. Chief.
I was just going to affirm what the previous two speakers had said. Thank you.
Speaker Gonzalez?
I concur, but also giving us enough warning of the date would help too, so that we can plan if there's travel needs.
That's off the topic of your question.
Well, it's related to the location, is having enough time to get there. So sufficient date would be helpful for busy schedules.
Already attended to that. Anyone else? Comments on the issue? Now, we don't have a motion on the floor, so there won't be a vote. Does the public wish to comment on this matter?
Years ago, I caused the board to have advance notice of meetings instead of last minute notice. I also suggested that you meet north, south, east, and west, and you did choose north and south. I don't recall there ever being a meeting in Sacramento. I would like to see at least one meeting per year near your corporate office. Now, the Sacramento airport is in Woodland, there's plenty of hotels there. But please do make it more convenient for not only the board, but for the public to come and attend and see what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
I agree with Lauren that at least one meeting a year in Sacramento would be very, very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
I just wanted to say that I do appreciate that you guys came out this far, because I probably wouldn't have been able to go somewhere else, so to see a meeting locally for me was nice. California is a very large state, and we have practitioners all over, so to have more involvement, which I think would create more support of the board if we were able, this is my first time being able to participate, and I know that there's a lot of people that don't want to pay their fees and don't want to be a part of the CAMTC, which I find very sad, because I think it elevates us as professional having a board. So I would like to see, it would be really great if it could be published in advance so that people could make travel arrangements. I know I would probably attend more meetings if I didn't find out about it in the Facebook group 2 weeks before. So this one worked out for me, but that's the only reason why, because it was close to home. So I would like to be able to attend more of these, and it'd be nice if I had more notice, or I don't know, to plan my year out, because as a busy massage therapist, I go 3 months in advance, and if I can't have it on my schedule 3 months in advance, then I probably won't be there. So thank you.
Thank you. I will note to all concerned that the CATC website lists meetings to be held in the future. I wouldn't go to Facebook to find out about it. Mr. Comment. Anybody else for public comment? Then we'll move on to the next item, which is number 21, CBIZ report. I believe you want to present that, Mr. Callaghan.
Well, yeah, and I'd like to, but I'm not sure which one to report on, because I understand after I went through and got a draft, you went back and made him redo it. Is that correct?
I would I put it, it's not correct. It's not correct. I asked them to observe the original criteria because the order, the directive by the board was not to redo an entire CBIZ report. The order in the contract, it required it, was
I'm
to.
sorry, Ron, can you stop me for a second?
Okay.
We're not here to talk about the CEO's contract. It's just, let's focus
We're
on
talking,
the CEO's.
I'm talking about CBIZ report.
Oh, I'm sorry, the CEO's contract?
Okay, we were required, CAMTC was required to do a peer review study, a peer group study. That is to analyze the peer group, part of the study. Not to do a complete redo of the study. Changes were made in staff size, in peer group, in revenue, in selection of the peer group collection that the study was based on. You weren't ordered by the board to do a redo of the CBIZ study. You were requested to do a peer group review.
Well, that's not exactly true, but I think it's important for the certificate holders to understand how we got here and to really understand why the first compensation study was so flawed. And if I'm correct, Mr. Chairman, I believe it was done under you. When you do a compensation study, you never do it based on FTEs. Why is that? It's a simple fact, because then the executive officer could basically empire build up an organization, and therefore increase his salary, his or her salary. It's usually, the best practices are always to do it on the budget that the organization's operating off of. But that wouldn't have fit the needs here because we had a $4 million budget. It would have been severely limited and certainly not got where I think the chairman wanted to go. So what took place here was they not only used employees, which is unusual, but they bolstered that by using contract employees. So for the first study, there was 62 employees used for comparisons. The same year, guys, our 990 form showed 32. Literally half of the employees that we employed. And that's sworn to under oath. How would we ever get to that 62 number? I don't know, and I gotta tell you, extremely, extremely unusual. But it was certainly a ways of achieving a means, and that is to increase his salary to where it is today, almost $700,000.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna stop you because the CBIZ report is what's on the agenda. When we're talking about the CBIZ report, we're not talking about the contract for the CEO. I'm concerned that we're going outside the realm of bad routine, so we can please keep it to talking about the CEO report, I'm sorry, the compensation study. I'd appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate that, Jill, that's not correct. In the CBIZ report, I'm sorry, Allison, Allison, in the CBIZ report, it talks about the compensation, the max compensation, and where it should start out. So we can certainly talk about that. It's actually in the report.
Right, but let's keep it to the CBIZ report. The compensation study is done as a tool for the board.
Right,
So
right.
the board can determine, there are IRS rules about what's appropriate compensation when they're 501c3. And so a compensation study is done to kind of set out, these are the rules, and to give the board direction on what is appropriate. So that's all I'm saying is we talk about that.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up, because there is certainly liability to this board when standards are not followed and they deviate. Additionally, as comparators in the CBIZ report, the first one, done in 2018, the comparisons were, remember we were a $4 million organization at that point, were used up to almost $49 million. how many times over was that? Quite frankly, it's the same thing that our esteemed chair has done on this report in looking at those same comparisons. What we should have done, and which I tried to do in the current report, was to rein in these unfathomable numbers here by doing an apples to apples. Number one, I said, look, if you're going to use employees, it's highly, highly unusual. But if you're going to use them, then go 50% below, 50% higher. If you're going to use our budget, go 50% lower, 50% higher, to give us the numbers. Guys, this is a small nonprofit. We're talking about 11 people in this organization. And the outer edge of this is 702,000. Now with Mr. Dixon's new revised study after mine, it goes up to like $854,000 on the outer edge. This is insanity. The governor of this great state makes $200,000. We've got a CBIZ study here that goes up to well over $800,000 if you want to take Mr. Dixon's study into account. There was irregularities using this, and I feel bad because Allison put in sunset what she was told to put in, and that was that we had 60 employees. And even the studies that were done by Christie's organization showed that really the salary should have been for this type of position in California between 107 and 147,000. And even said in there, well, if we're going to go based on EOs, then we're way overcompensating the EO here. This is one of the most grotesque compensation studies I've seen ever in my 40 years of public service. This needs to be redone, and I don't blame CBIZ. They were ordered to put these numbers in.
Mike, I would just be really, really careful here. If we're making statements about what someone was or was not, quote, ordered to do, I'd be really careful about statements. We get worried about, defamation and things like that. And if you have the evidence, you have it. I don't know what you do or don't have. I would just be careful.
Yeah, I would be, and I wouldn't be saying it if I wasn't, if I didn't know that. If I didn't know that for a fact, what they were told to use and not use. This is a very big problem because I'll tell you why for this board. When you look at this, there's something in the Allison talk on that. It's called intermediate sanctions for a 501c3 or 4.
Let me be clear, Mike, I did not talk about.
I just thought you said that. Basically, it pertains to IRS rules.
Okay, well, I didn't say that for you. I'm just saying that there's IRS rules. I have a general understanding of that. So.
Okay. Well, there's a 25% penalty applied to the amount of excess benefit imposed on disqualified person, which may increase up to 200%. And it's jointly and severally liable for the penalties. That means we would be jointly and severally liable for the penalties. That's why it's absolutely certain that we get this right, and that we do it the right way with the standards that are custom in this industry and throughout the state of California. And we have deviated from those standards. I'm going to call upon and ask this board to go out and get an independent study without interference from the chair or anyone else, to get an independent study done on compensation of this organization executive officer. This is something that is certainly not sustainable, it's certainly not warranted, and it's something certainly that we've got to take action on.
Maureen are you making a motion, Mike?
I am making a motion.
I'd like to comment. And may I just say, may I say something? A compensation study was done. It was done, you're saying in 2018 or 2019, correct? Do I have the date right?
That's right.
Yeah, so a compensation study was done. It was done by a legitimate, I think they're like a Fortune 500 company.
I've got nothing against CBIZ.
So they
Great
did,
company.
it was a legitimate study done. They came and testified in front of the legislature during the sunset hearing.
Yeah.
I mean, the board adopted the compensation study, and, I mean, that happened.
What's your definition of legitimate? Because I'm saying the numbers that they used were not legitimate. We had, the 990 said we had 32 employees. You saw the study, you reported out on the study, it said we had 60.
I did not report out the study. but
You
yeah,
did,
yeah.
during sunset. During
Sure.
sunset.
Now, someone else would have made comments on the study, but regardless,
It was your sunset document. It was in your sunset document.
I don't draft the entire sunset document, but that's
Okay.
not, that's
Well,
not,
neither
that's
here-
not the.
neither here nor
Yeah,
there.
I don't think that's relevant, but I just wanna say that the board adopted the study was done.
And
The board they were able to review the study, the compensation study, and they adopted that study, and that was in 2019. We're in 2024, we're 5 years later. I mean, that's all I'm pointing
But
out.
Allison, the same criteria, the same wrong criteria that got us to the salary range is trying to be utilized again this year. I can't stand by and watch a wrong, salary, or figures being used that are wrong to be used for that compensation. It was simply wrong, they should have never been used. It's not industry standard. It's not industry standard. We should have used the budget that we had, we should have been comparing, we always tout ourselves as a nonprofit, we should have been using comparable nonprofits that with the same size, but we deviated from that, from whatever reason. And I don't think this board, I wasn't on the board at the time it was adopted, I don't think this board understood what they were signing off on. And now it's come to light, I think we've got to take corrective action.
I would leave that to the board, I don't know, what they did or did not understand at the time.
Mark, can I make a comment? CBIZ was supposed to do an independent study without anyone sticking their nose in. Whereas the first study, that was their study. But when we went to the second study, you gave them parameters that you wanted to see. So you tried to direct CBIZ to negatively skew their opinion.
Jeff, I tried to rein in a study that was simply out of control and used false information. We don't have 62 full-time employees working for the CAMTC, and we did not have that at the time. The 990 had half of that. I was trying to rein in those numbers. Why we use organizations that were 10 times bigger than us to compare ourselves to is unfathomable. I can tell you that according to CBIZ, they took direction on this. It was not something that they just simply made up. It appears that the chair, and maybe the chair can correct me if I'm wrong, had the opportunity to pick and select those comparables of those organizations, some up to $49 million. It's just unimaginable that this would take place.
So did the board get a copy of this current study? Because we all were able to view the 2019 study before we weighed in. We don't have a copy of this one.
Well, I have a copy of the 2023 study.
Okay.
The study was directed to be a peer group review, period, not a complete compensation study.
Well,
I am looking at the 2019 study right here in the board packet. It was shared in a board packet, open session. Everybody could see it. I'm looking at it right here. And the comps that were used, that you provided to CBIZ at the time, included the California Dental Association, the Chamber of Commerce, the California Medical Association, I don't understand how you believe that this organization's size and budget is commensurate with that. And yes, the board accepted the 2019 study, but this study was an opportunity to revisit the parameters, and you by your own statement earlier today said that you insisted on using the same parameters that were used in 2019 to 2023. The board asked for a compensation study that reviewed everything, not rubber stamped what was used as the parameters for 2019. Now, I don't have anything in front of me, so I'm going off of what Mike is saying verbally. It sounds like we're pushing well over the CBIZ study using the parameters that you provided to this consultant. We're pushing over $800,000 in the CBIZ report as some, as some guidepost. And this organization, I have never heard of any organization of our size, nonprofit organization, with a CBIZ study that would support that kind of salary and benefit package. I think that this board is owed the ability to review the CBIZ study so that they can, many of them were not here in 2019, they can see this study for themselves and understand what went into it.
May I ask for clarification?
Please.
So item 5, I think it was earlier today, was the budget. And in that budget on page 1 of 3, item, where was it? Item 5300 is workers' compensation insurance, and it shows it for 21 employees. How many employees do we have?
How many W-2 employees are there?
For this 2024 budget, we're expecting 21 employees.
Okay. And so for the CBIZ, how many employees are we reporting?
So just
That would just help me understand, because
No,
a few of us that are new, so I'm trying to get this.
Clearly, I have to be very careful from getting involved in this discussion. But I'd like to call your attention to the CBIZ study from 2019.
So where is
It
that
is not-
for me to look at?
It's on the website. It's, the board had a copy of it when the board, after the study came back. If you look at that, it does not use the term employees. It used the term staff count. And the entire, so I'm gonna stop at that. I don't want to go into more detail, but I think there is we're using completely different terms. Also, just again, this is just factual. When you look at the 990, it doesn't give you the number of employees. It gives you the number of people employed during a tax year. Two different things, okay? So this is just factual. So I would just like to call your attention to the study and see what parameters CBIZ was using, and it was not number of employees. They used a parameter called staff count, and I'm going to stop at that.
So what occurred there was that they utilized contract employees. It'd be like you, chief, counting all the contract employees that you employ as your staff. That, I've never heard of that, and I can tell you it's certainly out of the ordinary for that, but it's a way of bolstering the count. And that's what it looks, that's what it appears it was done. It was interesting to note though, during that entire year, during that 5-year term, and that shows the outer edge, the 702, the outer edge of the CBIZ study in 2018, employee count kept dropping for this organization and salary kept going up. It's counterintuitive. We've got folks out there barely making it on who are massage practitioners, and this is how we're spending money.
So can I get the date of that prior meeting, or may I look at this book? Because I can guarantee you getting through the 100-something pages is enough for me. Going back to 2018 and all of the past packets isn't gonna happen. So, can I steal this date just to mark it so everyone knows what, do you mind?
Yep.
Okay, so, the one that she's referencing is the agenda from April 4th, 2019, and the location was the Oakland Airport. Oakland Airport?
Yes, but if you go to CMTC website and go out on the information, and there's information about staff compensation policies, it sits right on the website. You don't have to go to the board packet.
Okay, I'm
It's
just making
on the
sure that
website.
everyone in the room here understands that as
Yeah,
well. because-
it's on the website.
Thank you.
Okay, I've heard a lot of charges so far, and I have listened to them, listened carefully, and taken them all in. And I'm not unprepared either. We hired an expert with a company that is recognized for their integrity and ability to make assessments regarding executive compensation. No one in CMTC influenced the experts on how to conduct their study. I do not believe, nor would I approve of anyone on this board dictating their own biases to the experts or expecting preconceived conclusions. The main scholar who did the study testified as to how he conducted his work and how he reached his conclusions before a joint hearing of the California legislature. They demanded, and we agreed, that the study be absolutely public, subject to review, clearly understood, and be open to critique. The study was given to every board member. The study has been on our website for 4 years. We have been further guided by rules and regulation on the IRS on executive compensation. In fact, last year the board was so pleased with the CEO's performance, they voted favorably. That's my statement, and I'll stand by it.
Mr. Dixon, can I ask you, did you give the numbers, the staff numbers to CBIZ?
I had no contact with CBIZ. I did not give any numbers to CBIZ.
You gave no numbers to CBIZ?
I gave no numbers to CBIZ.
Well, someone on the staff must have given the numbers to CBIZ. Do you know who that is?
I don't know the individual. I don't have direct oversight over the function of the staff, Mike.
Well, if it was Mr. Nantinel, that would be totally inappropriate for him to participate at all in the process of his own compensation study. I'm trying to figure out where they got the numbers and where they got the comparables, because the comparables are outrageous. They're not even close to anything what we do in this organization. Where did they come from?
It's actually listed on the published report here. It's on page, it's on the published report that's on the website. And it states, peers were identified by CBIZ and CAMTC's board chair. So there was involvement.
What does the rest of the sentence say?
Ultimately, CBIZ selected the final peer list.
And to answer your question, when they did the study, CBIZ requested a copy of organizational chart, and that's what they used.
Oh, I'd like to see that organizational chart where
I believe it's in the study.
No.
No, it's not. I'd like to see that organizational chart that shows we have 62 staff members. That'd be great.
Okay.
You'll be supplied with that? He'll be supplied with that? Staff
Okay,
count?
we'll have to pull the organizational chart from that year.
Great. Okay. Asked and answered.
Okay, so are we gonna bring this back for further discussion at the next meeting?
I don't think that'd be inevitable.
Okay.
We're not gonna clear it up today. So yes, it'll be at a future meeting. Does anyone have anything else to say about the CBIZ study?
Is the board going to be provided with a copy of this study so that the board can review and prepare in advance of the discussions next time?
Absolutely.
And I'm happy to supply the board with the draft of the copy I was involved in.
I would support that.
Okay.
I would as well.
Is there any further comment by the board? Does the public wish to comment on this matter?
Lauren McLaughlin, as most of the board members are aware, I've attended many of these meetings. I do remember there being an org chart that we questioned because it listed attorneys and vendors and others. And we did feel that the actual employee count was inaccurate, perhaps irregular. And we've always been amazed at the outcome of the study for what the CEO of this organization was to obtain. It doesn't seem to be in line.
Any public comment on the CBIZ study? Second call. Okay. Do you have a motion live there, Mike? Was there a motion?
I'll make a motion to bring this back to the board so we can have further review and further conversation.
That doesn't need to take the form of a motion. That can be a recommendation by a board member to the CEO. And it doesn't require a vote.
Either way, as long as we bring it back next time.
So, he's made a note of that. Next item, number 22. No?
The way stuff works, the first thing that we do is pay attention to all the actual motions that the board passes, and we prioritize that. So if you can actually make a quick, yeah.
Okay, state your motion, please.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to bring back the appropriate CBIZ documents for this board to review for the next meeting.
I would second.
Seconded?
I'd like to make a friendly amendment.
Absolutely.
Sorry, you jumped in. I'd like to see as a board member, both versions. I'd like to see the draft version that you referenced and the draft version that the chair referenced.
I'll accept that amendment.
I'll second the motion as amended.
I'm sorry, can I just clarify? Are you asking also that the 2019 be included as well?
Well, why don't we do that for the board members who weren't here during that good time period? That'd be great.
Good.
So I'll add that to the motion.
We have the motion continued to the board, please.
If I can actually have it read as a whole, that would be great.
Yes, the motion would be to bring back to this board the 2019 CBIZ compensation study along with the draft one, CBIZ study that I was involved in, and then the one that was commissioned after that, I assume by Mr. Dixon or someone else on the staff.
Is that adequate for the board, if you want to have it read? Oh, question?
Why is there two different ones?
There was a 2019 study, and what happened in 2023 was not required, but it was done without authorization. There was a $15,000 expenditure. That was not authorized by the board.
That's not true. I was authorized by the board to even bring Jill in, who will basically back this up. I was authorized to move forward with the CBIZ study, and that's what I did.
According to the minutes, you said you would do it, and there was no objection or vote or motion to empower you to do that. It involves spending $15,000 of CMTC's funding.
Mark, are we talking about closed session?
Yes.
No, thank you, we cannot, I'm sorry, Scott, thank you, this is my child. But no, if we're talking about closed session, please let's not discuss closed session or open session.
Thank
We
you.
can't do that.
I can't continue. So, roll call vote.
Mike Kelledy,
Yes.
Shane Faber, Jeff Foreman,
Yes.
Heather Forshee,
Yes.
Sarah Frazier,
Yes.
Jennifer Gonzalez,
Yes.
Michael Marylander,
Yes.
Bernadette Murray,
Yes.
Stephanie Powell,
Yes.
Martha Soffer,
Yes.
Christy Underwood,
Yes.
Mark Dixon.
Yes.
Okay, and one abstain.
One abstention. Thank you, the motion carries. Now we'll move on to number 22, Audit Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. I'm sorry for monopolizing time here, but I again asked this to be put on the agenda because I think it's important for us, for the board to discuss this. As everyone knows, we are subject to the to the Open Meeting Act as directed by the legislature. There's also a very specific Nonprofit Integrity Act regarding the Audit Committee, and it's governed by Government Code Section 12586E2. I was appointed as the chair of the Audit Committee several meetings ago, and assigned Bernadette to be on that committee also. We tried to go about doing our duties, fulfilling the obligations of our duty by contacting the auditor and getting that audit started. We were unable to do that because Mr. Dixon inserted himself in that process, and at first said he wanted to be part of the process, and then said, well, I'll just sit in on the process and listen on mute. This was very problematic to me because I'm a firm believer that the Bagley-Keene Act applies, and I told him so. Bernadette and I were scheduled to have a meeting with the auditor, and that meeting was canceled unilaterally by Mr. Dixon. So we went back and forth. We tried to resolve this. I tried to explain to him that he cannot be in this meeting. We asked for an opinion from our attorney, Jill, who opined that she thought it was okay for him to be in that meeting. I'm also an attorney, and my research was different, and I have the utmost respect for Jill England. I think she's an outstanding, incredible attorney. It was two attorneys who had a difference of opinion on a very unique area of the law. So, as a public official, I didn't want to break the law, so I insisted that we cannot go forward because I firmly believe it's a violation of the Bagley-Keene Act. So therefore, I did the next best thing and said, okay, we will have an open meeting so that everyone can be present. Any board member can be present. We'll go through the process. Bernadette and I set up an opportunity for her to come down to San Mateo County. We had a room scheduled. We had time scheduled. We had contact the auditor. All that was settled and set up. I asked Mr. Linnell to go ahead and do the public notice with 10 days notice so we could get that on, and we moved forward. He did not do that. I don't know if someone told him not to do it. I don't know if he did it on his own. I never heard anything after that, other than Mr. Dixon was seeking outside counsel to try to adjudicate this situation. Let me just say we have an affirmative obligation as a 501c3 to conduct audit business, and it's one of the most important things that we do as a board. The chair, the treasurer, the executive officer have to stay completely clear of that process. It is imperative for the integrity of this organization that they stay completely neutral and absent from it. In the meantime, rather than respect those boundaries, like I said, the meeting was not scheduled. They did go out to an outside attorney who ultimately agreed with my position that it is subject to the Bagley-Keene Act, and therefore we will go forward with a audit in the future, an open audit, so everyone can listen in and participate. And more importantly, it's transparent to the public. These are the people that we serve. These are the people that need to hear what's going on in this organization. Mr. Nell signed the audit agreement, which he wasn't supposed to. There was no liquidated damages clause. There was no provisions of when the completion of the audit would take place. We're actually, by law, we're the ones that were supposed to review that in portion and go ahead and sign off on I'll tell you why this is so important to us, and while I'm going to be making an ask of this board. Like I said, the audit committee is imperative, and there are things that are going on that this board may or may not be aware of. I don't know to what level you're aware of, but in the last 3 years, we've spent $170,000 on sponsorships. $170,000 on sponsorships. 130 of that went to Cal Chiefs. Now, Cal Chiefs did nothing wrong. They're an incredible organization, but I don't think this board ever approved any of that. 130,000, and the timing of that was interesting. There's the other $40,000 going for sponsorships that I don't think this board has had an opportunity to vet. I don't know, Mr. Dixon travels a lot with the organization. I don't know if he's doing it on his own dime. I don't know if he's getting compensated, but these are things we need to know, and they're not spelled out anywhere in the budget or anything else. I mean, it's in Santa Rosa, San Francisco, all over the place, and I don't know why, if we're compensating him as far as the airline ticket, meals, and hotels, why he's going when we have staff that handles that. And that's the other thing, we have so many staff members going to every event. This is money to the organization. Mileage is charged by the CEO when he goes to events. You know, it's funny, in a memo Mr. Netnell wrote in 2016, it said, be cost conscious and spend CAMTC money carefully. And just going through some of the items that I asked for audit purposes, I came across things like lemonade purchases by our executive officer for $17.41 in an airport. This is someone who makes an incredible salary, yet is charging lemonade to those people out there who are barely making it by. Lunches, dinners. I don't know, there's an item on there, sweet limo service for $410. I don't know what that is. There's no explanation. There's more lemonade and orange juice purchases at airports. There's staff travel. I mean, again, I don't know why we have 4 people going, and you know, Beverly does a great job, but she had $40,000 in travel expenses last year. Hotels, Roberta Rodnick had almost $35,000. Hotels like at Squaw, where we had many staff staying in Squaw Valley, I assume it's Squaw Valley. Hotel rooms that were $500-600 a night. I can't even tell if they were a night or for a couple of nights, but they're in there. These folks are things that we've got to be aware of. This goes to the very management of this organization. We have got to be aware of this. And I could go on and on. I don't want to hold people up because I know they got flights to catch and stuff. But this is just the beginning of looking at just some items in the day-to-day transactions of this organization that I certainly didn't know about, and I don't think any of you knew about. But I'm calling for a full audit. I think we have to audit the last 5 years, even down to the line item, to really understand how the money of this organization has been spent, and bring that back to this board for discussion. With that, I'm happy to take any questions or comments from the other board members.
Well, that's a lot to unpack. There's a lot of information, quite a catalog there. I won't attempt to do a point-by-point rebuttal. I will tell you, you were notified that I denied permission to have your meeting posted because I needed to get more legal counsel. And you received an email to that effect. In fact, you protested it, so I know you received it.
I did, in fact.
You did, in fact. So I wanted to, before I authorized a meeting, a Zoom meeting for the audit committee, I wanted to have counsel. Counsel turned out to opined in your favor. And on Monday, 3 days ago, you were told, go for it, have your meeting. And have you scheduled it?
I am not giving
You've
the
not.
fact that we're here, but my question really is, Mark, why did you need to be part of it? You can't be part of it.
Oh,
Why did you need to be
it's
part of
so
it?
interesting you asked that. As my understanding, with 35 years of uninterrupted nonprofit volunteer board service, the chairman is an ex officio member of every committee and is open to attend any committee meeting he wishes. I've exercised that now and then. When I heard you were having an audit meeting, I simply wanted to listen in. I didn't want to add to your committee, didn't want to add to your numbers and violate Bagley-Keene. I didn't want to join your committee. I wanted to listen in. I offered to be muted. I offered to have a blank screen. And you refused me several times.
It's a violation of the Bagley-Keene to do that, Mark, and that's what I was trying to tell you, that it would have been a violation. As a public official, I'm not gonna be in violation of the law. And I tried to explain that to you many different ways, but you refused, and you cost this organization even more money by refusing to do that. We've never had the chair sit in on an audit meeting before. For what reason, for what benefit? But I gotta tell you, it certainly raises suspicions when you refuse to let the audit committee do their job.
I did not cancel the meeting. I
Yes, you
asked
did
for it to be
cancel the
postponed.
meeting, Mark, you did cancel the meeting.
I asked for it to be postponed pending legal review.
Well, maybe Bernadette has more to add.
I apologize for interjecting while you were speaking, and it's just very disingenuous to me that when you sent out an email with a subject line that said cancel, that you would come back and say that you just wanted the meeting postponed, and you didn't say in your email where it was canceled that you wanted it postponed so that you could seek legal counsel. What you said was that you didn't want the auditor to have contact with the audit committee until after the letter of engagement was signed. I'm curious, and I won't necessarily put you on the spot, but since this was a meeting that was arranged between the audit committee members, myself, Mike, and our auditing firm, it wasn't noticed to anyone else, and the only person that I think that I had said anything to it about, other than the three people that were going to be at the meeting, was the CEO. And so I'm kind of concerned that you happened to find out about this meeting, and if I'm in error in suspecting that you were told by the CEO that that we had arranged a Zoom meeting with the auditor. I mean, I'm not saying that the CEO can't tell you things, but it certainly stirred up a whole can of worms, and I don't think that it's taken us to a good place.
I will stand corrected on the word cancel. The first meeting in question, I canceled because I didn't believe it was authorized to exclude a chair from a meeting of any committee in this organization. I spoke to council. Council said, let's check into it. Council wrote a 6-page memo to you and Mike explaining her rationale for saying I had a full, absolute right to attend committee meetings. That was disagreed with by Mike, who's also an attorney, doesn't specialize in nonprofit law, but he's an attorney. And so we sought second opinion. When that second meeting when the Zoom meeting was scheduled, I said, please hold off pending legal review. I didn't cancel it, I asked for it to be postponed. It could have been done at any time since you heard from Jill when she said, yep, you won, Mike, you gotta win. Go ahead and have your meeting.
I heard on Saturday. I'm a little bit busy. You
So
know,
am
well, okay.
Pardon me, Mark, that you didn't say that we were supposed to hold off on the meeting. What you said was that you didn't think that it needed to be publicly announced. So even though we had the meeting scheduled, you wouldn't authorize the expenditure. for it to be publicly announced.
Without the
You had
benefit
made-
of the emails present, we probably are just beating a dead horse at this
Oh,
moment.
okay,
Let's have the evidence before us before things are misinterpreted.
if I may just make a comment, Mark, I feel that it is a false equivalency that you have put in your comment saying that it's like the audit committee, we have a right to meet with the auditor, and you have a right as the chair to sit in on any committee meetings or any board meetings. That's not equivalent. The point of our memo was to say we have a mandated duty as the audit committee to review the audit with the auditor. It's not a right that the audit committee possesses, it's a duty that we must execute. And moreover, in terms of the letter of engagement, you had,
That's right. The letter of engagement had not even been signed yet to do business with this audit firm. That's where I canceled it. I remember, thank you. I said, we don't have a signed letter of engagement, don't proceed until we do. That, I did cancel, and it was not an error. We can't proceed without a letter of engagement.
on the contrary, Mark, the board had already approved this auditing firm for essentially to conduct the audits for 3 years in a row. And so the letter of engagement was going to specify the scope of work. And the reason, when I found out that the letter of engagement hadn't been signed, then that's why I contacted the auditor, because I wanted to find out more information about the methodology that they were going to use to conduct the audit, what they were going to be looking at, and for the audit committee to be able to have, I'm a new person on the audit committee, so I wanted to know that information. What it comes down to is, I had to find out some of that information by emailing the auditor after the letter of engagement was already signed. And in terms of the non-audit services that our auditing firm provides to us, we had an issue last year with the information return, the Form 990, that was basically that it had to be amended and resubmitted after we submitted the first filing. I wanted to avoid that happening this year, which is why I was asking questions and emphasizing that we needed to have a deadline for when we would get the draft on that. I don't understand what the harm is to the organization if you hadn't been able to participate in that first meeting that we were having with the auditor.
I don't understand what the harm would be to the organization if I listened in on a meeting of the audit committee.
It's gotta
You
be,
see?
it's gotta be an arm's
We agree honorably, or we disagree honorably. I didn't see what harm could happen by my observing the proceedings of the audit committee. I'd like to know how things work.
You've got, well, that's great, but not at the detriment of this organization. You have got to, as a chair, you wanna hold that responsibility, you've gotta keep an arm's length. And that's what we were saying. As does the executive director and the treasurer. That's what we were trying to tell you.
We disagree. We didn't want
It's
me
the
to
law,
meet.
it's the law.
I don't believe it's the law for me not to be able to visit an audit committee meeting. Muted and silenced. Not asking questions, not making statements. I don't believe that's a violation
I
of law.
think the third party has already opined on that, Mark, it is.
It said, in this case, you can have a Zoom meeting, invite the whole world if you want.
Exactly.
Great. Now that we know, I'm delighted that that's been established.
But you wasted our time, you wasted the resources of this organization in doing that, and it's simply, we were just trying to do our duty.
Almost, have you ever signed documents for CAMTC?
I've always signed the engagement letter with the auditor, including the time where Mike, you were the chair of the audit committee in the past. And I signed the engagement letter after having a conversation with Bernadette, sending her the previous one, and I waited I did send the engagement letter to Bernadette, to Mike, to Mark, and I asked, what do you want me to do? Should I sign it? Do you guys wanna sign it? I don't have to sign it, okay? But, and then we received an email that you were copied on from, the chair that said, I think it was one email, and you were copied on it, where he wrote in that email, do not post that agenda, and please go ahead and sign the engagement letter, and you were copied on that email.
And you said he should never sign the engagement letter.
He should.
But he signed
He
it.
should.
He
We
signed
have
several
the
of them.
duty, we have the duty to work the scope out of that contract. The duty. You, Amos, and unfortunately Michael, cannot be involved in that process. You cannot be involved in that process. And to the extent that it occurred before, well, that's unfortunate. Should have better advice, I guess.
Anybody else have any comments?
I have a question. There's been talk about 2 different legal opinions. I'm wondering if that is something that gets shared with the board.
Yeah, that's something that unfortunately the person who normally addresses those issues is not here, and I don't have the background. I think we should, we can talk to her and then answer the question later.
For the record, Ms. Nagel is our special counsel, who is the final authority on matters concerning the Massage Therapy Act in California. Jill England is our general counsel, and she is responsible for matters concerning how we conduct business and remain in good graces of the IRS and the Department of Employment, et cetera. That's the reason that Alice was not able to answer this question about that legal opinion.
I put a finer point on it. I'm special counsel, and I deal with denials and disciplinary matters.
Thank you.
I mean, that's my bailiwick.
Anybody have any other comments on the audit committee report?
I think there was a motion on the floor. You made a motion.
There was a motion to do a full 5-year audit, detailed audit for this organization.
And it was seconded by,
I'll second.
you have that?
Yep.
Okay, great. You wish to speak in favor of your motion?
I think I already have.
Okay,
Can I ask a question?
please.
When we talk about an audit, that is something that's done by a separate entity, I understand, is that correct? And we're talking about auditing the financials?
The financials, namely the expenses of the organization.
Okay, great, thanks for that clarification.
You're welcome. Yes, to speak against the motion.
We're not doing that anymore, it's just back and forth. It's whoever wants.
Go ahead. Question?
My question is, with that type of audit, do we know about what the cost would be?
No,
Something like that?
it's a real good question, I don't know.
This would be different than our previous audits?
It'll be more in depth. 5-year look back at expenses.
As a board member, I'd like to know what that would cost CMTC.
Also, can I ask a
Martha,
question?
of course.
Why it has to be 5 years?
I did the last 3 years, and there's a lot information in there about expenses, flights all over the country, lunches, some things to do with bars. I don't know. We need to look at the backup of those. And I've only gone back 3 years. I think we need to look at 5 years. For the bars, I don't know if there was lunch. I don't know if it was drinks. I don't know what it was for some of the expenses in there. Clearly, the lemonades and the orange juice purchases at the airport are just, I don't even know how to explain that. But I think that this board needs a full picture of what's been going on in the last 5 years to really understand the expenses of this organization and where we're going. We're going to be talking about, hopefully next time, the fee structure for our practitioners. We need to understand where our past expenses have been going in order to make an informed decision about how to move forward with this organization.
You mentioned you've done the last 3 audits for CMTC?
No, Mark, I asked for 3 years of expenses for.
You said you've done the audits. Because you've been the audit committee chair in the past.
I have. Yeah.
How recently?
I don't know what, before 2018?
Before 2018, so more than 5 years ago.
At least.
What did you see when you did the audit during those years?
Those were perfunctory audits. They weren't in-depth audits. We need an in-depth audit.
Anybody else? Yes.
I just want to know, again, to the 5 years, I think 3 years will give you enough instead of going to 5 years before what you need. Also, if there's an audit that is already being done and you were part of it, why didn't you see this until now?
I'm sorry, I don't
Yeah,
understand.
why
I
are you
understand the
bringing this
question.
right now? Why didn't you bring it for 3 years if you, or 6 years that you've been doing it? Why now we have to go through 5 years and pay someone to go to 5 years?
Yeah, because a lot of the expenses that I've started to see are very troubling. The travel around the United States, jumping on planes, and like I said, I don't know if the chairman his flights and everything else are being paid for by this organization, if that's past practice or what, or maybe Mr. Dixon's picking it up himself, I don't know. I think we need a full picture of expenses for this organization so that you can be informed.
Can you see that the audits that are performed annually are different types of audits, and they don't look at the same things?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean,
It's a different type
maybe
of
that's the
audit.
question you were asking.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
These are just basically just matching up the bottom line.
Yeah.
Right.
Sorry.
The more
No,
perfunctory audits. I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question.
Okay.
So you've expressed objection in the past to any kind of engagement with organizations, any kind of outreach, participation in conferences, conventions. You'd just rather we didn't do it that travel, is that correct?
No, I've absolutely objected to payment of sponsorships, for sure. And yet, that's been ignored.
Yeah. Under the current that is the flowing current. I'm hearing the suggestion that these trips are frivolous, that these trips are unjustified. I'm hearing the suggestion that you don't think we should be making these trips all over the country, all over the state. Well, AMTA, Federation, National Certification Board, FARB, the Federation, all have meetings, and they all have meetings all around the country. Yeah. Folks, we fly all around the country. We go to a lot of locations. Costs money to fly, stay, and eat. And I don't think we have to defend that. It's part of the operation of this organization is to travel, network, hear studies, hear results, hear reports on what affects our industry. So we can come back to California and maybe learn a few things while we're traveling and apply them to the work we do as responsible stewards of these funds.
And Mark, when you say we, that includes you?
I traveled many times. I was a delegate for 7 years in a row. The delegate to Federation.
Are you traveling on the CAMTC dime?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, that's revealing.
Well, that was never been a secret.
It's part of CAMTC expense reimbursement policy to expense board members for the expenses.
Folks, that there's no policy in place here. Travel is wherever they want to go at any time they want to go. I've never seen an organization run like this. We need a travel policy where we limit the amount of travel that's taking place. Tell me how it benefits our CAMTC certificate holders when we go to Virginia on some trip. I mean, it doesn't. There is no direct benefit, yet the cost comes out of their pocket. Let's not forget where this money's coming from. This is not some startup where you can use the money frivolously. This is an organization that is paid for through certificates of these people who are working mostly for $30 an hour.
Bernadette used the term false equivalency, and there's a big one right there. The fact that their certificate fee pays for me to take a trip, there's not a fair equivalency there. I represent the organization. They get certification for their $300. They get to practice anywhere in the state for their $300. They get value for that fee.
And what do they get out of you traveling on their dime? What do they get out of that?
Did you read my report on page 9?
Yeah.
You didn't report about the FAR meeting,
Yeah, Mark,
about town chiefs?
that's ridiculous. Those things are ridiculous. You think it would be any different if you weren't there? Do you think Roanoke Park or wherever you went to, Santa Rosa, would be any different? CAMTC has nothing to do with shutting down those businesses. Nothing to do with it. It's the city, it's the county.
We are
Nothing
making
to
a
do with you.
difference. We're making a difference by helping cities understand their law, how they can benefit from it, helping the police officers know what it looks like when they're dealing with unprofessional behavior. We've trained 3,000 sworn officers. That costs money, it costs travel.
We have a highly paid executive officer who's paid to go do those things. You're not. You're not.
That's correct. You know, it doesn't cost the CAMTC a penny.
Yes, it does. Airline tickets, food, hotel rooms.
I have to get there, but the work that I do, 30 to 40 hours a week for this organization, doesn't cost CAMTC a penny.
We need a full audit.
Well, that's the motion. There's a motion on the floor about a full audit. Sarah?
I want to speak to, I'm a practicing massage therapist. Many of the people on this board are not a practicing massage therapist. I am part of an industry of folks who work a job that had to fight to work their job during COVID, that we were essential, that we were medically necessary. The work that Mark does, from my perspective, is very important for our industry. To go out to talk about our profession, what we do as massage therapists, that we are medically necessary, that we are part of a healthcare team. And there have been multiple times today where that has been attacked, that we're a small organization, we're little, we're compared to large corporations on the CBIZ report. I hear it, but I'm also a person who works at, we have people in the crowd who are working their self to the bone to make $65,000 a year. I can guarantee that many of these board members make far more than that, making decisions for people in this crowd, and to continue to look this way and to connect the CAMT's problem with budget, which Mike, I respect, Bernadette, the work, I do think that we need to take a look at it deeply. But to connect Mark's work as expenditure that we don't need to be spending, this industry needs folks who go out and they spread the message about massage therapy. They spread the importance of massage therapy. I don't know if you've ever worked in a career where your profession fights sex trafficking and being related to that, where there's jokes made about you touching a body and sexual touch and stuff. It's hard to overcome, and folks who have been in this industry and have worked the job, truly work the job behind a closed door, we need those folks out and engaging with folks. I am not saying that there shouldn't be more lines where we are quantifying the expenditure, but I think it's very dangerous to say that the money is being wasted and being taken away from the folks who are paying for it, because I too am paying for it. And I don't agree with that perspective, but I do agree with looking deeper at the budget and really quantifying the lines.
And Sarah, I appreciate your experience and where you're coming from. There's no doubt about that. My point simply is, we have paid staff that should be able to do that. That's what they're hired for. They're representatives. Mr. Dixon is not. This board's never authorized him to travel around the United States representing us in what forms. And I'd like to know, and what I'm saying, if that's the case, let's have a policy about it. Let's have a policy about the expenditures. Let's have a policy about how we spend money, hundreds of thousands of dollars on sponsors. Let's have a policy about it.
Why do we sponsor town chiefs? Why do we become platinum sponsors and the gold sponsors of organizations?
So, as you may recall, when CAMTC was created, California Police Chief Association launched a very aggressive campaign to wipe out this organization. Actually, when they went to the governor and wanted the governor to issue like an executive order to reverse the state law. And Mike was appointed as the front person for Cal Chiefs. Their job was to sponsor a bill that was going to do exactly that. And that bill went through a lot of different versions, and at the end of the day, really, all that really bill ended up doing was adding a seat of college chief on the board, and then the governor decided to veto it. So, but we realized that the only way that the profession can grow and the public will be protected was if we work together and we educate police chiefs and law enforcement about the importance of what we do. That's not only that we're not on the opposing sides, we're on the same side. We all want the same thing. We want to protect the public and elevate the profession. And there's no reason to have this kind of fighting because we are all looking for the same thing. So it took a long time to start to turn around this understanding and build cooperation. When you become a strategic partner of Cal Chiefs, as part of that, you get a package of goods and services that we get from Cal Chiefs. It's not like just, oh, you have your sign on the wall. Okay, there's a very lengthy contract of a outreach contract and cooperation contract that we have. That was very, very important. And by the way, we tried to do it early at the beginning, and we got rejected. But slowly but surely, we started working with law enforcement. I can tell you that massage therapists in this state would not have the respect that they have today if we did not have the relationship we have with the California Police Chief Association. Why? Because through the relationship with the chiefs, this is how we typically go from there to the relationship with the city manager, with the mayor, with the city council. Okay? By having this kind of relationship. Now, after establishing this relationship, we already could see so many benefits comes for the organization and for the public. Now, there's one thing which is a reality of the profession, of law enforcement, specifically of chiefs. It's a profession which is a very difficult profession. And the turnover in this profession is tremendous. Matter of fact, the executive director of Cal Chiefs tells me that every 2 years, 50% of her membership is completely new. And we witness that when we go to Cal Chief conventions. Every couple of years, so many new faces. Because one would think, oh, well, you already established a relationship, everything is great, so, why continue? So there's a reason to continue the relationship, there's a reason to have the collaboration, and a reason to keep educating because we get new faces all the time. I'm sure Rick can talk about it more than I can, because he is the person who really works with them. But the importance of continuing it is very important. Now, the level by which we continue it changes. So a couple of years ago, I actually reached out to Mike and asked for your opinion. I said, look, we've had a certain level of participation with Cal Chiefs. I'm considering maybe changing it. What do you think we should do? And Mike advised me that I think we should scale it back. And I said, okay, makes sense. And I did. I scaled it back by 50%. I slashed it by 50%. Needless to say, Cal Chiefs, wrote us that they were disappointed. I wish we didn't do it, but that's what we did. Last year, while preparing the budget for this year, I did it again. I reached out to Mike and asked for his input, okay? Because I respect his perspective. And at that point, he said, I don't think we should have anything to do with them. Okay?
That's not true. That's not true. I said, I don't think we should pay anything to them. No, not have anything to do with them.
Well, okay. We should not have these partnerships, okay? And
We should not pay for the partnership.
But the partnership give us very specific benefits, okay? You cannot have these the sponsorship, the strategic partnership give you very specific benefits, okay? And those benefits are very important. So in working on the budget, what we have in the budget contemplate reducing it even more. So now we're looking to slash it by 75%. I didn't think it'll serve the profession or serve the public,
by going and disconnecting altogether and not attending and not participating and not being involved in the level that we are able to be involved with being a strategic partner. So that is the reason why the profession would not be today where we are if we did not have this ongoing communication with new people, new faces who come into the ranks. So I think it's very important, but if the board does not want to do that, it's easier for staff, okay? We prefer not to travel. We do it because it's essential to do our work. So I'll stop at that.
And if it was so essential, why didn't you bring it to the board for approval? And let me just, so the board members know what we're talking about here on these strategic partnerships. And believe me, we shouldn't have to pay for any partnership. And you guys might pay attention to the dates here. 3/1/21, $5,000, 4/5/21, $5,000, 5/17/21, $5,000, 6/1/21, $5,000. Basically, every month they're $5,000. And then 8/30/21, $30,000. So we're talking $40,000 that year. 2022, 3/1/22, $10,000. 9/1/22, $40,000, $50,000 that year. And then 9/12/23, $20,000. And then there's other sponsors here. I would imagine that they'd make similar argument to that. But it was so important, you should have brought it to the board and let this board decide if we were going to spend that kind of money for sponsorships. And again, I have nothing but respect for CAMTC. I was part of that organization for a long time, and it's certainly not their fault that this occurred, but this should have been brought to the board. Money should have been spent like this, and there needs to be a stop to this. There needs to be a policy around this.
Well, I would always welcome guidance and policy, always welcome that. What we do is the board pass a budget and we follow schedule of authority, which is adopted by the board, and that has been complied with. But if the board wants to change it and create a new policy, we always welcome it.
So the motion on the table is for a in-depth 5-year look back.
Right.
Audit.
I would prefer to ask if there are any more comments before I remind the board of a motion to vote on. Thank you. Does anybody from the board have a comment?
Yes, sir.
Gonzalez.
So, I'm to understand there is no travel policy or per diem rate or anything for staff as they're traveling and doing what they need to do on behalf of
There is for staff and for board members.
There is a travel policy.
Yes.
I don't know where that is, because it's not outlined. It just basically says reasonable. You have a limit, a dollar limit someplace that maybe when I was off the board that you guys agreed to. Is there a per diem meal allowance for staff?
There is.
Is there some kind of policy against buying orange juice and lemonade at airports?
Okay, so this organization does have travel reimbursement policy, and the board can always revisit it and change it in any way the board wants.
I'm just saying there's no parameters around it. There's mileage reimbursement, sure, and there's.
You are welcome to revise, this is the board policy, you're welcome to come up with any policy. The board is the one that set up the policy. So if you want to introduce or suggest new policies going forward, you have the power to do that.
There is policy, but be aware, we're not governmental, so we don't get governmental rates at hotels, but many of the events we attend, the organization gets governmental rates for the hotels, but we do have a policy on hotel stay and on meals.
For a reasonable amount.
Well, it doesn't say reasonable amount, I think it's a per diem.
Put your budget request in, when you travel, if you exceed it, then they'll tell you you've exceeded it, okay? For meals and things like that. You can't fly first class, okay? So you have to, like an inexpensive plane ticket, and meals under a certain amount. I can't remember what it is, but per day. I got a point of information now. When you travel as a delegate for the Federation, they pay for your airfare and your hotel and your meals. Just to let you know that. That trips that Mark took all those years as delegates, he didn't have to pay for it. And neither did CAMTC. That's the Federation. Just like.
So, back to the point then, if we have it, I'd like to see it, please.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sure. I thought you get it when you get the director package, when you,
I'll have to dig through it.
when you check, I think it should be there.
It should be in your director packet also. We might have a wrong email address for you, because I asked Jill, and she said it twice. We probably have a wrong email address for you. This was within
I
last.
got emails from Jill.
Oh, good. Okay. She said it, yeah, okay, I'll double check on that for you. Okay.
And the policy that was sent to us was for the board. Do you have one for the staff of the CAMTC?
Yes.
Okay, and was that what was sent to us as well? Is it in that same packet?
I don't think so.
Not sure what
So the staff and then board.
So to ensure that we're all on the same page, can you just send it back out and then everyone has the same information? That would be helpful.
Good.
Thank you.
We're ready for a vote? You have a question?
Yes.
Ms. Sussman?
I was just wondering, why don't we just, in the next meeting, we get something that everybody agrees that it's gonna be, like what it was, whatever, so it's gonna be, like I do in my company, this is what you get for meals, and this is what you get for travel, and this is what you get for hotel, so it's very clear. And that's the money they can, whatever they can spend after that, they gotta be on their own dime. So, why don't we just put a policy that says this is what it is?
Good idea. I will add the caveat, because you've asked for specific numbers and times and policies. There have been times when I've been on a Sunday afternoon at the end of a meeting, and then somebody of great consequence to CMTC says, I need to talk to you, and we need to have a meeting now. And so I change my flight. Sometimes it involves staying a second night in the hotel. You're asking for us to have approval before we go and spend money. That's reasonable for a board member to want to know well, that's why we have a budget. But there are times when I sometimes, within minutes' notice, need to leave a day earlier for a trip, because there's somebody in particular I need to meet with. The Consul General of Thailand is here with us today, expecting to have a presentation. And I have spent many, many personal hours in his presence to help get into this meeting, help make this presentation happen. Those things sometimes come up. I have been on a Tuesday night told that I need to be in a hearing in Sacramento the next morning. And so I didn't get that board approval for that. A lot of things I do don't require specific board approval, so I'm guided by the budget. Is it in the budget is usually my first question. Do we have budget for this travel? Is it covered? And yes, it is. Off I go.
And I appreciate that, Mark, but it's not your job. We've got staff members that we pay to do those type of things.
So there's something about elected official wanting to talk to the top elected official in his entity. In this case, Senator wants to talk to the chairman, not a staff person.
Mark, you're the chair of the CAMTC board.
That's right.
Okay.
Once again, that's.
It's not, I'm just saying that,
It's
he
usually
brings this out like, a senator wants to talk to the head of the board, but, okay.
Yes, that's
whatever.
exactly what's happened several times.
All right, okay.
Senator Glazer was the last one I remember.
I'll take your word for it.
Body language says it all, Mike. Stephanie.
So, where I'm having a little bit of trouble is being able to vote on something but not knowing the cost. Is there any way that we can like have a cap on it? I mean, I know that this is kind of, country, but is there possible where with this motion that there be some type of cap?
Yeah.
So I have an idea of how much, if I need to vote for something, I find out it's $150,000 to do it. Now, I know it won't be that much, but
No, but I think it's a good idea. I think it's a very good idea. And I'll defer to Bernadette. We can either do one of two things. We can put a cap on it now, or we can talk to the auditor and come back with an estimate.
And I'm good with either approach.
Okay, well, let's come back with the auditor, after we have an opportunity to talk to, him, and we'll come back with a number.
Okay, I'm gonna call the question. It's time for a vote.
I'm sorry.
Well, it's public comment.
Mark, can I ask a question? Mike, are you making an amendment to the motion then?
Well, yes, I didn't think I specified any time, but yeah, that's fine. I'll specify that we come back with a cost to that audit, at the next meeting, for a 5-year look back on all expenses.
Okay, but I think that doesn't address Stephanie's concern, which is she doesn't want to vote on the motion without having like a cap. So, I think we should do, in this case, we should do a cap right now. We talk to the auditor and then if we find that the cap is too low, or even if we don't find that the cap is too low, either way, we come back and report to the board. Shall we do it that way? Because I certainly agree with what you're saying, Stephanie. You don't want to vote on something that's open-ended.
Do you have an idea on the cap?
I would say no more than $30,000.
Okay. Of course, we'll try to get it for lower.
So may I ask for clarification? I want to make sure I don't understand what the motion is anymore. I'm sorry. You guys all lost me a little bit. So can we have a motion restated, please? Sure, but maybe we don't need to say it before so we know what their comments are. Mark, let me know.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I want to make sure.
Yeah, sure.
Restate the motion before we take a vote.
The motion is to do a 5-year look back on expenses of this organization with a cap of $30,000.
Thank you.
I think there's public comment.
Now we'll take public comment. Please step up to the microphone so that there's no gap between the person speaking and your turn. Form a line, please.
I have an accounting background and audit background for companies such as Autodesk and Birkenstock. And what I could say to the board is audits are a good thing. It is necessary at times to step back, take a look over periods of time. 5 years is a good period to look at, to be sure that everything is being done as it was supposed to have been done. That if there's policies needed, an auditor can make those kind of recommendations. It's not necessarily, as some people may think, a witch hunt. It's a matter of making sure that the business is being run effectively and efficiently, and that money from people such as myself who pay into the organization is being well spent. Thank you.
If you wish to speak, please form a line and back up the current speaker.
Hi, again, this is Rhonda Cutter, and I'm from Marin County, where I was an aide to our county supervisor for over 7 years. And I just, again, want to bring up the point about having better understanding and training about running the meetings, and also forming your subcommittees to make clear whether these are ad hoc committees, whether these are standing committees. I find it a bit confusing when you're talking about these committees, because some of them may be subject to Brown Act and open meeting rules. So I think you need to be very careful in how you have ongoing meetings or subcommittees. So just a note, and I really appreciate the discussion. I know we have a long agenda and this has taken a lot of time. So again, I think having opportunity to have a really robust board training where you can get to know each other in a different environment and still be following the rules of running an organization that is subject to open meetings. So I just want to repeat that, and then I think it's really important to go forward. I appreciate the idea of doing an audit, but I think going forward is really the most important thing. I think we really want to move our organization forward. We're out of the pandemic. We need some good guidance, And I just would really like to see, having clearer policies so that these kinds of misunderstandings, are behind us. So that's just my points, and, I'll probably see you again later.
Thank you, Ms. Cutter.
Hello, Michelle Wong again here. I just wanted to say, as one of the folks who pays a fee to, so this organization has money to spend, I am very curious to see an audit. I would like to see how this money is being used. That's not meant as a refund, it's meant to just see what it is that we're spending money on. I do think that there is great things to be done with collaborating with police enforcement and other entities in and around California to make this profession even better than what it is, to protect us as a profession as well from sexual harassment and other things that we are subjected to. I think it's very important. But I also think it's very important to see how it's spent, and I think you should, I would love for you to really think about who goes to these things, maybe come up with a decision on whether that's staff, board responsibility, or something in between, so that there's a policy on that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment?
I just wanted to mention that it seems like today there's a lot of discussion of hearing everybody back and forth, but it seems like the board as a whole did not really know where money was being spent, and things that even from the report that was mentioned about how it possibly is 3 times over what should be paid out to the management and whatnot. It just seems like it's very disappointing as somebody who has really promoted CAMTC. I will only hire somebody who is a certified massage therapist through this board, because I really value what this can do for our industry. I hate to hear that we might not be sending the right people to the right places. Like Sarah had mentioned, that I'm a big advocate for us as a professional, as a massage therapist as a professional, and I spent a lot of my career trying to break the norm and really push through to more of a professional level, and I don't want to see that be diminished by having to cut, a budget somewhere. But it sounds like there is money that could be reallocated within this budget, and I kind of wish that we had these conversations before being presented the budget earlier, because it didn't seem like anybody really knew what they were saying yes or no to in that budget. So I appreciate all of the work for this. I really think that it's, now that there's more communication happening, things will get moved along, and the therapist and the public can be supported better. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment? One last call. Is there any further public comment? Hearing none, I'll call the question.
I'd like to do a friendly amendment.
Friendly amendment.
The friendly amendment being that, the cost being $15,000 with room for adjustment to be discussed at a later date. Because $30,000 as a base point seems to be a lot.
Does the maker approve that friendly amendment? I believe.
Is that you? Oh.
It's a lot. I don't have a full understanding of how much it costs.
Exactly.
In the interest of time, I wanted to keep this moving, and I think up to $30,000 with a full accounting, I think is reasonable, particularly given our budget. And so respectfully, I would like to keep it at the $30,000 up to, but with guidance from the audit committee and the auditor to provide us with an actual amount next time.
Up to meaning that we would not exceed 30,000, but that we would try not to have to spend 30,000.
Right, it just means that we don't have
That's
to
what I
come
was
back
trying to do.
here to have another discussion about it.
Okay, I got you.
So the phrasing is up to. Correct. Okay. Do you want to read the motion again?
I have a motion to do a full 5-year audit for the expenses for the organization with a cap of up to $30,000.
Mike Pelkey,
Yes.
Shayna Faber,
Yes.
Jeff Foreman,
Abstain.
Heather Forshee,
Yes.
Sarah Fraser,
Yes.
Jennifer Gonzalez,
Yes.
Michael Marylander,
Yes.
Bernadette Murray,
Yes.
Stephanie Powell,
Yes.
Martha Stoffer,
Yes.
Christie Underwood,
Yes.
Mark Dixon.
And yes, the motion carries with one abstention. Thank you, everybody, for your patience as we got through this one. And thank you to the members of the audience, too. This has been a long day so far. We are, I voted for the listening of our debate and our discussion, and this is part of the consequence. We've had a chance to have full, robust discussion and conversation about the issues, and that means we're so far behind schedule, we're about to lose our council, which means several parts of the meeting cannot be heard, so we will move forward to the parts that can. After a recess of 10 minutes, you have 10 minutes to clear your biological needs.
Mark, can't hear you.
Okay, thank you, thank you. You heard a lot in my comments about Dr. Ron Bates, and you know who that person is and whom we were memorializing in this scholarship. If you've not met Venus Cruz, would you please come up, Ms. Cruz? Right up here. Venus is a massage student and massage therapist who has been selected from a large field of highly qualified applicants to receive the Ron Bates Memorial Scholarship for the first time. She has exemplified She's exemplified the passion, the intelligence, and the drive to reach this far in her career and to start it off on a great beginning. To help that happen, CAMTC created a scholarship in the memory of Dr. Ron Bates, and our first recipient is Venus Cruz. Would you like to share something about yourself, on your path and brought you to this place?
Hello, everyone.
Okay, well.
We're almost ready for it.
Go ahead. Oh, hello, everyone. My name is Venus Cruz, and I'm at, so my last name means crossroads, and so here I am at a crossroads where I'm starting a new career in life, and I'm just really thankful for the support of the board and Ron Bates family for allowing me this opportunity for the scholarship. So I just wanted to say thank you for everything, this opportunity. I'm just thankful. Thank you.
And we do have a video from the family.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Well, have a seat right here.
Hello, Amos. This is Marilyn, and thank you so much for the scholarship that you are providing. I'd like to say how much Ron not only respected CAMTC and the board, but also how much he appreciated working with you all. As you know, he was a very strong proponent of education. I know he is honored that this $5,000 scholarship is being awarded by you. I'd like to congratulate her, and I'd also like to congratulate the first and second runner-up people, and now I'll turn to Andy.
Hi, Amos. Thanks so much. Just to echo my mom, thank you for all your support, and was fortunate to get to read a lot about Venus. Venus, my dad would be there biking the 100 miles with you any day, and so appreciate that you're enjoying being on the bike. Best of luck.
Mr. CEO, may I have the
So, just so you know, they really wanted to be here, both, Ron's wife and daughter, but they had some kind of procedure they need you to attend, so they sent this video, so I wanted to share that.
I have the envelope, please. Sure. And we got you out here on time, good. Thank you. So as soon as Almost returns, we will get into the budget. That will be, let's see, the minutes are, do you not have a copy of the revised table of contents for everyone? Minutes are coming on a little bit later. It is number 3, it is about 20th in line. The order has been changed. So, next item is the 5th item is number 5 on page 10 in your agenda book. Page 10, item 5 is the updated 2024 budget. I'm going to ask the CEO to review that with us.
So in the December meeting, we presented a budget to the board. There were some questions. The board passed the budget which was presented in December, but requested to bring the budget back in order to do 2 things. To fine tune some numbers, which we have done, and to take advantage of the fact that now since we're already into the year, we have more updated data by which to make certain assumptions, certain projections, both on the revenue side and the expense side. And also the board requested some additional information in certain items. So if you juxtapose the budget in December, and this one you see more information was provided. I do want to take this opportunity to thank both Bernadette and Heather for working with me on this budget. I sent them they expressed interest in some specific issues during the December board meeting. So prior to sending it to the board, I sent both Bernadette and Heather a draft, and we had discussions, constructive discussions, detailed discussions. I have asked a lot of great questions. So I appreciate the opportunity of working with both of you on that. And by the way, this is not exclusive. In the future, if anybody wants to participate in the process, as long as this discussion happens with less than a quorum of the board, I can have this kind of discussion with a couple of board members that have specific inputs and questions. So here it is. It's a balanced budget, and the assumptions are stated both on the revenues and the expenses. If this budget indeed will be implemented the way we're seeing it over here, we're expecting to end this year with approximately 9 months of cash reserve in the account. But I'm happy to answer any questions, have open discussions, and anybody on the board has any.
Mr. Conley?
Thank you. Just some questions, and I don't know where they're located. Where would travel be under, in this?
So if you look at item 6110, there is travel.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But what does that include? Because travel certainly is more than that.
Yeah, so the majority of the travel expenses that CAMTC has are related to outreach, so it's part of the outreach.
So you put the vast majority in outreach.
Yeah, most of the travel, what you see here is staff travel to board meeting, but since the vast majority of our travel is for outreach function, it is part of outreach.
Okay, and then we've spent, and I'll talk about this more during the audit, we spent $170,000 over the last 3 years in sponsorships. Where would that be located?
Part of outreach.
That's part of outreach also.
Yeah.
What else is in outreach?
So go ahead.
What else is in outreach?
So outreach, it's anything that has to do with public relations, advertising, design. For example, the graphic art that goes into something like this, that goes under outreach, that goes to Rick's trainings, that is outreach to law enforcement. So when we participate in events, the cost of participation in the events, whether it is booth, whether it is sponsorship, anything that has to do with publicity, public relations, advertising, marketing, graphics, copywriting, and travel related to outreach.
Great, and then just two other quick questions.
Sure.
One has to do with the senior management. Who is in that category? It's 705. It's under 5010.
So 5010 in this budget include the CEO, includes Beverly May. It's for the 2024. It also contemplate compensation for chief operating officer that we are hoping to bring mid-year, and also a part-time CFO that we are looking to bring before mid-year.
Got it. And then benefits are obviously different on another line.
Yes.
What would be helpful for me to really understand the amount of staff we have in this organization is an actual org chart which outlines the name of the individual in their position, because this is a little bit confusing to me to try to follow.
Okay. We have published numerous times in the past organizational chart, and we always can update it and reissue it. Any other questions? Ms. Bernadette?
I had asked you previously about the fact that one of the school inspectors, their travel had been listed under communications and outreach.
Yeah. That was an error in coding for that inspector.
Okay, and so, in communications and outreach, I know that it looks like you reduced it by $48,000. When we were talking, I was asking about what's the plan for an overview in terms of, for example, are there any more trips planned to Washington DC this year?
I don't think we have any plans for, no, but I think what Bernadette is mentioning is that last year we did have, Beverly and I attended an anti-human trafficking legislative event in Washington DC. So I think that's what she's referring to. So at this time, there is no plan to go to Washington DC.
Yeah, and I just want to bring it back around in case the chair was wondering why I was asking that question. It's because it looks like the expenses associated with that travel were particularly high, like in terms of last year. So I'm thinking, I'm curious about if we could even reduce, I'd like to propose that we reduce communications and outreach for this year even more, like to $200,000 in that category. And then I'd also like to look at miscellaneous contingencies and ask a question about that category.
Go ahead, I lost one of my pens, so I'm looking for another one. Okay. Oh, yes. Okay, go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, so, and so on miscellaneous contingencies, it seems like we would have even less of those contingencies this year than we had last year. And so, and we've never spent more than $150,000 at the most in that category. So, and so I'm curious about why it is that we're budgeting so much more than what we actually spent last year.
Well, that's the nature of contingencies, as you correctly noted. We budget for contingencies, but we don't just go and spend. We don't just spend because it was budgeted for. Okay, we try to spend as least as possible in any category, regardless of what the board budgeted for. So there is a possibility of increased cost on litigation this year. So that's definitely something that the board would be well served to account for that. It's not exactly clear how much money will have to be spent for the process of bringing on a COO, how much of it can be accomplished in the house and how much will be accomplished having to bring recruitment professionals to assist in the process. So there are several categories there, but the main one has to do with litigation.
Okay, a follow-up question. Are our lobbying expenses paid out of miscellaneous contingency?
Correct.
I would like to request that we have that as a separate line item.
Sure.
In the future, since it's been pretty consistent, like, am I correct in saying that it's been between $60,000 and $80,000 a year for the last 4 years?
Yeah, I'm happy to break.
Okay.
We're always happy to change categories, so we're just using categories we've used before, but not only the numbers are not in stone, but if the board want to change the account and the categories, we can do that.
Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, sorry.
I just want to piggyback a little bit on what Bernadette has asked for in the outreach column. I think that outreach often happens organically for CAMTC. I think the example of the Santa Rosa Valentine's Day meeting and then the subsequent meeting this week, I think would be a good example of how things come up, and they're very hard to budget for exactly, and CAMTC jumps in where necessary to help cities and counties, manage their massage legislation better. I think that one of the things that I would ask that is a little bit of a difference from what you're asking for would be that during each board meeting, the known schedule that's upcoming for the next quarter-ish year, because I think we get the reporting on the back end, which there's a lot of wonderful activity. But the proposed schedule that is coming up would be helpful to kind of understand the budget line a little bit better. And just thank you to Heather and Bernadette for working to get the notes on these lines, because this is far more clear than it was even last meeting. So thank you for that work.
Any other questions?
The banking fees, item 6260, is there any way to reduce that instead of increasing? Competitive
So-
markets, is that something that we can
Well, we
find
have.
other places with less fees?
Yeah, so we always try to look for, most of the cost here is really not the bank. It's credit card fees, and since practically 100% of revenues are all paid with credit cards,
Okay.
we are limited with, we call it banking and credit card fees, but it's a 99.99%.
So it's not actually, it's more from a merchant.
The merchant fees, yeah, correct.
Okay. If that could be added to the notes, that would be useful too.
Okay.
Any other questions? Or CEO?
Okay, well, it's really up to the board whether you want to adopt the budget, don't want to adopt the budget, what kind of budget, so I cannot make motions.
So I'd like to make a motion and respecting that you, are concerned about dropping, the 6160 line to 200, I'd like to propose deferring that and monitoring it, for the next budget and incorporating the, transparency points that the rest of the board members, articulated. Just as part of the practice as we all get to know the details. So I'd like to make a motion to adopt the budget, as it is.
I second that.
Yeah, kind of a friendly amendment. For me, there's not enough detail in the communication and outreach. I was wondering if we could break that out, just a little bit further so we can really understand what's going on in travel, what the actual travel expenses are, as opposed to just a big bucket there. Some of those other categories in there, sponsorships, what are we spending on those, so.
Sure.
Is that acceptable?
Yes, so let's get specific. Correct me if I'm wrong. So we want to break out the notes further, on communication and outreach to include the, and break out the sponsors, budget for the sponsors, and break out, lobbying expenses. Just the buckets.
Yeah, we'll break it up to governmental relations.
Okay, or create some method of making it, more clear on here. And then I would agree to that friendly amendment, and otherwise adopt the budget, dollar value.
I second that.
Can I just make sure?
Yeah, we understand the.
Do you have that motion? Cause it was pretty specific, I wanna make sure we have it.
Yeah, can I have it repeated as a whole?
Yeah,
Include
please.
that? It's kind of broken up.
Yeah, Heather, can you please repeat the motion so we have it corrected for the minutes?
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the budget, dollar value, and to improve transparency, break out, the communications and outreach, 6160, further. Break out the budget for the sponsors, or sponsorship, sorry. And break out the lobbying expenses within this budget for the board to view as part of ongoing budgets.
And I'm
Who
sorry,
seconded?
Who seconded?
I did.
Sarah. Thank you.
And it was not stated in the motion, but, I'm assuming the assumption is to bring it again to the board, the next board meeting? Or future board meeting, or next, when do you want to see all these changes implemented?
If we could have it as part of the next board meeting, so that we can, see what the
Got it.
breakout looks like.
Thank you.
And Heather, to be clear, that's in addition to your motion or further clarification,
Yes.
that the budget with these requested changes will be returned at the next board meeting. Okay.
It has been moved and seconded to approve the budget as amended. The amendment has been made concerning transparency, as recorded by the minutes. Do we have any further debate? Not appearing. Does anybody from the public wish to comment on our budget?
Hello, Kimberly Austin. Since you guys are doing so well with 9 months worth of reserves, I'd like you to consider maybe lowering our fees back to $200. It's very hard out there. Rent is getting expensive. People aren't making massage a priority. We are struggling financially, and I think moving it back to $200 is a good thing for you to do, considering you guys are doing so well. You were even able to give away $5,000 when we're the ones who are struggling. Thank you. So lower the fees to $200. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, they're really well said. Jody McComas, and what I'm hearing is there's a lot of money being spent in a lot of places unaccounted for. And it's really a simple thing, okay? Itemizing. It's really simple, but what I'm hearing is this outreach is like an umbrella, and there's no accountability for it. We have a lot of money, and I say we because we're the ones that created the money. We're the ones that pay your paycheck. And we don't know where it's going. This umbrella is very vague. And I know that every year I get to do taxes, and my tax man wants everything broken down. And I don't see that happening here. It's vague. Itemization is important. Again, so we, the simple people that don't understand a lot of legal terms, can digest it. Rolling back, thank you, Kimberly, again, for your comment. We are not super affluent. A lot of us, we struggle. The public struggles, the public's rolling back, and you're proposing rate hikes. We need to roll these back. Okay? I've been a member of the CAMTC for well over a decade, okay? And I've seen nothing but dysfunction, okay? It's sad, because it could be a really awesome program. But again, this umbrella is covering up a lot of information. We could do a lot with the CAMTC. It's not getting done. Okay? We do need our fees cut back. That's a must. And we have the excess money
15
to do
seconds.
it. And on that note, I'm done at this point. It's really important.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michelle Huang. I'm a massage therapist in Sacramento and a certified lymphedema therapist as well. I wrote down a couple things to say today because I get a little bit nervous, so I hope you bear with me. I would like to second Kimberly's notion to lower the fees. I understand that you need to flesh out the budget a little bit, and you have done so now. We are a profession that relies on the public coming to us and using massage therapy as part of their wellness programs, and there is not a lot of wellness going on right now because the economy is failing and it's trickling down to us. It's one of the things that's cut out first is massage therapy, hair, nails, all of those things, and we are seeing that in the way that out pockets are not as lined this year as they were a couple years ago. So I would like to second that you lower the fees back to $200 to reflect the economy. Remember, this is a profession made up of predominantly women. 84% of massage therapists are women. We don't have the same pay as men out there. We do not have the same opportunities, and massage therapy is an opportunity to us, but it is also a profession that is not making $100 grand a year. I've been a massage therapist since 2016, and just last year did I break 65K, and I do well because I am a specialized oncology massage therapist and a certified lymphedema therapist. That is not how everybody else is looking out there. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next individual.
I agree that our fees have become way too high. We have not had the rebound from the COVID-19 shutdown. We do not have the same amount of clients that we had before. People are reluctant to come because COVID is still a thing. I had it in November. I know people that are catching it all the time, and you've also got some other monkey virus that's coming about. People are still somewhat afraid to come get massage. So as they've said, wellness is lower on the priority list for many people right now. They learned in some regards they think they can do without it. So having our fees go up to $300, I paid them, but you know it's a chunk out of my budget. I also just had to take 6 months off to be a caregiver for a liver transplant. It's hard to come up with the fees no matter what's going on in your life. There's never any point where we can say, can we have a few months respite from this so that we catch up with the other things going on? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marty Morales, and thank you, Kimberly, for mentioning that regarding the fees. Before I was a massage therapist and instructor, I was a finance nerd, so he gave me this and I'm gonna look at it. I got a couple questions, a couple of things that I would love to suggest to the board. And one of the things is to break out 6430, which is application processing. So application processing, not sure if that, it would be great to break that out to see if it's application processing of massage therapy applicants or is it school applications, you know, get the breakout on that. Once you get the breakout on that, then you'll be able to see what's going on there with AMG, that application processing, that management service, and you can look at whether you've got like good growth on the recertification fees on the fee side of the schools or the people, and how that compares to that outsourced company that you're working at. Because when you look at this, you know, the expense is going up a little over 6%, but the revenue piece is only going up about 4%. So just urge you guys to take a look at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, before you move on, I'd just like to say that at the end of this meeting today, I'm going to be asking this board to agendize a fee review for these people.
Thank you. So that's the, I'll ask Sharon to take a vote, please. One more, oh, okay.
Regarding some of the other fees for massage therapists in the area of the western states, Nevada has a licensing fee which is $295 per year, where ours is a 2-year for $300. So I think when we're trying to do analogous cost of living in California and that we have a 2-year fee. I want to make sure that the organization is solvent and we're not having to, as we did many years ago, have to pay for a permit in San Francisco, a permit in Petaluma, a permit in Marin. We have one state fee, which is much more economical than what we lived under prior to CAMTC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aguirre. Any further comments from the public? Now we'll vote.
Mike Kelly,
Yes.
Shannon Faber, abstain. Jeff Foreman,
Yes.
Heather Forshee,
Yes.
Sarah Fraser,
Yes.
Jennifer Gonzalez,
Yes.
Michael Marylander,
Yes.
Bernadette Murray,
Yes.
Stephanie Powell,
Yes.
Martha Soffer,
Yes.
Christy Underwood,
Yes.
Mark Dixon.
Yes. Tell me that motion carries. Thank you. So we'll move on to the next item. Next item being number 10, on page 106 in our agenda book. Proposed addition to certification statuses displayed on website. Ms. Murray, I believe you wanted to bring that forward. Do you wish to present? That's yours. Sorry. She liked it.
I got enough of my own stuff, thank you.
So, this is a good opportunity to touch base and look at what everything CAMTC is already doing, exceeding what the legislature is expecting it to do when it comes to transparency. And this is a recommendation that I'm bringing in front of the board, that the board actually did look at in the past, and encourage the board to rethink it. So overall, I just want to kind of take this moment and share with you the culture and the priority this board has always taken when it comes to transparency. So we send out full board packets of information about upcoming board meetings in advance for anyone who requests that. CAMTC is not required to do that, but we do that for the sake of transparency. We post each board meeting packet on the website. Again, CAMTC is not required to do that, but we do it voluntarily because we want people to be involved. We post minutes on the website. CAMTC is not required to do that, but we want people to be involved and to see what the board is doing. So that's why we post it. We audio record these meetings. Again, CAMTC is not required to do that, but we want people to have access to information and discussions and to hear what the board is doing. We post policies and procedures on the website. Again, CAMTC is not required to do that, but we want everything to be out in the open for people to see. So there are many other things that the board is doing, and along the same line, I wanted the board to revisit this issue of what do we post on our website when it comes to status of certificate holders. This is an issue the board visited many years ago, and the board made a decision to post certain things and to hold off on post other kind of information. I think it is time for the board to reconsider it. Number one priority is protecting the public and having more information about our applicants. It is something that helps consumers make decisions as to who they go to see and make their own educated decision before they make an appointment to reach to a massage therapist. So you have in your board packet a memo that explains the rationale behind these suggestions. You actually have the policy itself, if the board chooses to adopt it, the way it will look like if you adopt it. And to go into more details, I'm gonna ask Alison Siegel to address it in more detail.
Sure, so currently on the website for individuals, it posts certificate status, so it will say either active, suspended, or revoked. It does not show any status for individuals who apply for certification and are denied certification. And there have been a lot of questions over the years from individuals, coming really from all different sources about why CAMTC only posts certificate status and not an applicant status. And so this issue was before the board a number of years ago, and the board at that time made a decision that they did not want to post denied as a status, because starting in around 2010, the vast majority of individuals that were denied based on inadequate education. And so the board didn't want there to be essentially a negative connotation to denied, and so the board didn't want to post that. When it comes to the legal basis, the law has the exact same legal basis for application denials as it does for certificate holder action. So when you go and look at your law, you look at 4609, and it says at the beginning, basically for denials and discipline includes not just suspensions but revocations, but it's the same reasons. So individuals are denied certification for the same reasons that they would be revoked or suspended certification.
No, I just wanted to explain the way the categories are being posted on the website.
Yeah.
So people understand what we are proposing to shift back.
Yeah, well, I would say it's never been.
Not the shift back,
It's
but.
a shift back. It's never been posted on the website.
Correct.
It is a question that we receive all the time. It's a very common question.
I have a question about that. Way back when it was voted to not post denied on the applicant status.
Yeah.
It was because, most of it was because of the number of hours of schooling. What's the makeup of those that we deny now?
Well, so first of all, back in the day, when that decision was made, we didn't have JOBOT. We did not have approval of schools. It was a different process. It was sort of flipped. So instead of approving schools, we actually would receive education until we determined that there was an issue, and then we would unapprove schools. So it was a very, very different process than it is today. These days, the numbers, there's a lot of numbers that occurred at that time, because there were a lot of big schools. And if you look at the numbers overall, still education is a large portion of the reason that people were denied. But if you look starting at about whenever we started approving schools, which was July of 2016, I think. And I could be a little off, but I think July 1st, 2016, if you look at, and essentially there was a bunch of sort of things that happened, like transitional things, but if you kind of get past that and you start looking, let's say at 2018 forward, vast majority is not education anymore. It's denials based on background issues, and it's, that's a big reason. So
I have a couple questions. Do we know the number of denials we issue annually, roughly?
We do. I would have to look at that.
That's
I can get that for you, but it's significant. I mean, and the thing is, for me, I see them all together. So I see all disciplinary actions, denials, revocations, suspensions. Those are all disciplinary. I kind of have them all together, and I want to say it's a very, very rough number. But I want to say it runs somewhere around 500 a year total.
Okay.
But that's super rough.
That's fine.
It might be closer to 3. It might be closer. It's.
And I assume they have some sort of due process to appeal the denial. So you're talking about posting them after that.
Yeah. So, and the way it works for CAMTC is we send out letters proposing to take action. So it's not, we send a letter saying we're proposing to deny you. They have the opportunity to come and oppose that. So it's notice and opportunity to be heard. They can submit any documents they want. They get their choice of oral telephonic hearing or consideration of a written statement. And then, once that occurs, that decision becomes final and effective. And then at that point, they would bring a petition for an mandating Superior Court to challenge it. Thanks. Yeah, sure.
This is actually more of a question for Amos. In terms of the act, so this will require creating a whole nother section on the website, rather than the verified certification, because it would be, people wouldn't have a certification number, right? If they had been denied?
Well, it's like I say, it's complicated because we deny people recertification. And so if they expire and then they reapply, they could be denied recertification. So for individuals who are certificate holders, some of them are, I should say, previous certificate holders. Some of the certificate holders could have a status of denied. There are also applicants who have a status of denied, and those applicants would not have a certificate number because they never obtained a certificate number. So yeah, so. Did you want to address the effective date too? Because I think that's.
Yeah.
And one of the things, the document does say effective immediately, but I think it says effective immediately. But it would really need to be in a time and manner to be determined by the CEO, because you're right, there's computer things that have to happen, and there has to be some funding for that, and there would be a financial component of that. And the hope is that if this was to be done, it would be.
And also, we cannot go backward. That's gonna be a monumental job to go of process, 300,000 application process. So this is just going forward.
Okay, so if this were adopted, it would be just going forward from today?
It's we're not gonna go for applicants which were denied 3 years ago.
2009.
No,
2010.
all the way from 2009. It'll be for new applications, and what we're proposing is to, it will require some programming tweaking, so the actual implementation date of that, like we always do in the past, is to allow staff to determine when the system is ready to actually populate that.
Okay, so is there any possibility that where my question is coming from here is, we currently have, what my understanding is, a policy in its place about what's supposed to be posted on the website, but some information is not populated for some of the certificate holders. My understanding was the policy, for example, about city of work. If people don't have a city of work that they listed, my understanding is that it's supposed to default to their city of residence, but there's a lot of folks that have no city listed. If you look up verification, and I'm a little bit hesitant to, when there's sort of there are some things that are not working currently, to add something else on top of it.
I understand, that's why we are.
I don't believe that it was ever intended to have city of residence, because I remember at the beginning, massage therapists did not want their city of residence to be on the website, and even DCA boards will allow someone working from the home to keep their residence private. So I could check and see how we set that up to begin with, but I don't believe it was ever set up to default to home. And massage therapists are required under state law to notify us of any change in home or work address or email within 30 days, but that falls on them. Most cities and counties require it that it be updated to the city within 3 to 5 days is most common. and cities will sometimes cite and let us know, but that information is only as good as what we receive from the massage therapist.
Okay, with all due respect, I'll just say that when we first started posting certificate verification, it was the city that people lived in. And then we did have a process where we were going to change it over to make it clear the first city was supposed to be where they worked. And if they worked in multiple cities, those would be listed.
You're correct. Originally it was home, and then we changed it to city of work, but I don't recall ever setting it up to be, if there's no work location, to default to their home city. It could be, but I don't know how our current system even could have handled that.
Sarah had a question?
My concern is still that, we have, in terms of these fields, in terms of whether somebody's active or expired, that information is still sometimes not correct. And so I'm concerned about putting yet another piece of data on it. I think this is great. I think it would be good to have denials. But it's a question of timing. Like,
yes,
why?
And it relates to what we discussed in closed session. That would be the date of implementation.
Let's not talk about things we
Okay.
discussed in closed session, please. Not at all.
Okay, sorry.
My question is, are we seeing an uptick in, what's the evidence of folks who are saying that they're certified and that it being on the website that their application was denied would help in any way? Are we seeing an uptick, or is this we're just revisiting? Because still I'm a little unclear on, where my mind goes is folks who are going through the application process who do have a very severe background in some ways and maybe are in the middle of rehabilitation and not quite there yet to be approved. Further making their situation difficult to rehabilitate into a career, and also protect the public at the same time. So I would feel better making a decision with some semblance of a list about why we're denying applicants at this point, and then making a decision based on that. If it's not education because of the approval of schools, just some better evidence of just what exactly we're seeing, so that I can feel confident in that decision protecting the public more than it would protect the individuals being denied.
I guess I'm not sure if I understand your question. As to the first portion of it, any individual, it wouldn't be noted as denied unless they submit an application and that's been denied.
Right.
They've gone through the process. It wouldn't be somebody in the process. So I want to make sure I understand.
I'm saying the applicant is in the process of rehabilitation in terms of just a past that they have.
Yeah, I mean, and in terms of, I guess I'm not sure what do you mean by a list of, what are you asking for?
So the current list, so you said when the board voted on this in the past, that the reason why we voted to not put it on there was because of the schooling numbers, like the hours. And now that has flipped and we're not seeing necessarily that the hours are the problem. I'd like to see the list of the problems, like why we're denying people.
Well, the list of the problems is in your law. I mean, if you look at 4609, I can go through with you the reasons for denial, but denial is based on violation of CAMTC's law, and 4609 are the various reasons. So, I mean, I don't want to waste the board's time because it's a long list, but it's you know, there are essentially background issues. There are people who engage in sexual assaults of clients. There are people who have related criminal backgrounds. There are people who fail to commit fraud. I mean, it's a very big laundry list and reasons of why people would be denied certification. The same reasons they'd be revoked.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of it might also be prostitution-related conduct.
Thank you, Allison.
Any further questions for the CEO? Council? Jeff?
How will this impact future lawsuits?
Well, the more information you post, the more likely you are to have someone who wants to sue you over it. You know, as always, we try to do our best to make sure that the information is accurate and truthful, because truth is, you know, is a complete defense, but, it's always a concern for me that someone pushes the wrong button and something happens and we're posting the wrong thing. I have not seen evidence of that happening, with revocations and suspensions, that it's been posted incorrectly. No one's brought that to my attention. I feel like someone would, were that to be an issue. The person would have it really incorrectly posted with complaint, when they file a complaint or complaint, it would come to me. But the more information you post in general, the more open you are to additional litigation.
Heather?
I'd like to make a motion if we're ready. I'd like to make a motion to accept the CEO's recommendation in its entirety, with the comment that there's an easy way and a hard way to post things, you know, but support the recommendations from the CEO.
And Heather, I'm sorry, I want to clarify. And when you're saying that, are you also saying, based on the comments about wanting to have the CEO in charge of the manner and timing of the implementation?
Yes, it's listed here.
Oh, is it there?
Yep.
Thank you.
Is there anyone interested?
Second.
In making a second? Dr. Foreman, thank you. Moved by Heather Forshee, seconded by Dr. Foreman, to approve the suggestion offered by Alice Nadell.
I'm sorry, is there
Who's to
going to be
support your
public
motion?
comment on this? Is there public comment?
That'll be, we're not ready for public
Okay.
comment yet. Now we'll have debate. You should support your suggestion.
Sure. I think that the pros and cons were clearly articulated in the memo, and again, I am a proponent of transparency and protecting the public. We have due process, and nothing will be posted until due process is followed.
Thank you. To speak in opposition to this motion. Hearing no opposition, I'll ask for public comments.
Still doing that?
My question is,
Are we still doing
why
pros
don't
and?
you ask the board, if anybody else has any comment to say whether it's for or against, doesn't matter.
Okay.
Do you want the
See
board?
anybody leaping forward?
Well, I have I don't, again, say neither pro nor con, but, concern of time and manner to be determined by CEO. I have faith in you getting it done, I just would like to have the parameters of when that is. I wouldn't wanna keep dragging this on for years on end, so,
Would you like to add a friendly amendment to add a deadline for reporting back?
if you're open to it, some sort of time frame that would allow us to, you know, I don't know if we can get it done necessarily by the next meeting, but certainly within that time frame, have an update and be ready to implement after that meeting.
By next meeting or at some future meeting? That's what you're to say.
Just to make sure that we're clear about what the,
To clarify, it was an update by next meeting on status and being ready to implement directly after that.
Yes.
So status by the next meeting?
See a report back.
With a ability to update or to implement after that next meeting, so by the second meeting it would be implemented. With my recommendation, obviously it's a request for amendment.
We should accept on it. Okay.
Yes.
Comment, Mike.
I just want to tell us, make sure I understand. We have a duty to protect the public, massage consumers that don't get a massage from someone through CAMTC? Or is it only to protect the public for, as it relates to CAMTC?
We only oversee the certified therapist.
So.
Almost have something more.
so the legislature was very clear about that in the law. It says that a number one priority is protection of the public. It does not delineate whether and they say the public. So the public means people who get massage from CAMTC certificate holders. And it also, when you say the public, not everybody in the public gets massage. So, so the legislature language says they intend and their goal is for this board to make sure that number one priority is public protection. And it doesn't differentiate whether the person is a massage consumer or not. We can only act on people that they're either applicants or certificate holders.
Yeah, so CAMTC has jurisdiction over applicants and certificate holders. Technically, once a certificate holder is revoked, we no longer have jurisdiction over them, but yet we still post the revoked status on the website because it's information that is protecting the public. That helps.
Thank you for that elaboration. Any other board member have a comment or question? Now we'll hear from the public.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Dave Sanchez. So I was intending to speak later, but there was a comment made that I think is important. You don't have due process. I mean, you have a process, but I think it has been recognized that it is not constitutionally protected due process. Even in your last sunset review, that was a discussion with the legislature. And so I think when you are making a decision like this, it's very important to know that you do not actually have a constitutional level of due process in your denial, suspension, or revocation procedures. Furthermore, I'm a lawyer. They don't post people who don't pass bar. They don't post people who have had their license denied in the application process. So it's a very dangerous road to go down, especially when you do not have actual due process. The fact that somebody goes onto your website and looks for somebody's name, if it's not there, that actually tells them all the information they need to know, that they're not certified. And I will tell you, I'm not a plaintiff's attorney. I'm a regulator, just like you. But I definitely know that there are plaintiff's attorneys who would jump at the chance to address this issue if you start posting denials, because even your revocations and suspensions have errors, and it does definitely put you at a potential liability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
Specific to the database, I use it extensively over a number of years. At your prior website where it was hosted before the new and revamped, which is an old website, it did list people's home residence, not their street address, but the city of residence. That was very helpful when it came to multiple names that are the same. You can see where they resided and where they worked. Now what I observe is the residence has been completely cut out from the new website and database shown. But on the workplaces, it can have people listed with multiple states that they used to live in and haven't worked in years. So that part is a little dicey now. I would like to see the residents come back, especially with regard to those who have very common names. It helps the public to differentiate between Sally Jones here and Sally Jones there, rather than, well, maybe with the mishmash of cities they've lived in, there's an overlap. The other thing is regarding these denials, you just heard from an attorney, but from a public perspective, I would like to know why they were denied. If it's a matter of education, if it's a matter that the requirement for specific education has changed, that needs to be differentiated from someone who is a convicted rapist or some other very harsh criminal situation. And so I feel it's not necessarily a service to the public to just say the difference between these and put them all in one database as this is approved, this one's denied, this one has a number, this was revoked, this one expired. And given the history of the change in the law and what CAMTC oversees, since 2016 you've had more oversight. But prior to that, there were schools that were existing that were not approved by CAMTC.
Mr.
The
McLaughlin?
education was different.
That is
So-
your time, but I'm going to move for an additional minute.
Okay, so if you're going to.
I need to take a vote on that.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to give you an additional minute. I need to have a roll call vote of the board to give you more time.
Thank you, sorry.
Charlotte, are you gonna call the roll? Yeah.
She's-
Just gotta get it down first. Mike Helligy? Yes. Shayna Faber?
Yes.
Jeff Foreman?
Yes.
Heather Forshee?
Yes.
Sarah Frazier?
Yes.
Jennifer Gonzalez?
Yes.
Michael Marylander?
Yes.
Bernadette Murray?
Yes.
Stephanie Powell?
Yes.
Martha Soffer?
Yes.
Christy Underwood?
Yes.
Mark Dixon?
Yes, that motion carries. Please continue, Ms. McLaughlin.
So in addition to there being changes in the level of education, the CAMTC certification under state law is voluntary. Now, as things have rolled forward from the beginning, it is now becoming a municipal requirement. So many who did not decide to continue being certified by CAMTC and allowed it to lapse to save money or because they found no value in it are now required to. The educational requirements have differed. At different times you have rolled back and said, okay, we'll take everybody, we're gonna put this aside. That's not the condition forever. So there needs to be consideration. If someone was once certified
15 seconds.
and now they're not, there needs to be more of a reason than just deny. We don't want everybody to look like criminals. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good afternoon, actually.
Good afternoon, everybody. So what we're handing out is a summary of what I'll discuss here. Just wanted to have that for your reference. But my name's Trevon, this is Juan, this is Kim. We represent graduates from A to Z Health School in Los Angeles. As you probably know, things are caught up in litigation right now between CMTC and our school. We just wanted to come here to let you know the implications of that and see the bigger picture as to the effect that that's having on us. So we've had over 200 people that have been affected by this situation, and it dates back all the way to 2 years ago in some cases. This is really difficult for us, very incredibly taxing, given that people have put their all into this profession to want to pursue. People come from backgrounds of being massage therapists in other countries. People have taken a turn in their careers to want to pursue this and have put their all in it. We have not received answers, we have not received clarity, we have not received guidance and direction from CAMTC. So we come here looking for answers. What do you want us to do? What should we do? How can we protect ourselves? How we can move things forward? Right now where it sits, there's just no, every time we reach out to CAMTC, there's no response. It's very minimum, it's not very forthcoming, and we don't know what to do. There's people going through mental health issues as a result of this. There's people that are struggling financially. We spent roughly about $6,000 in tuition, $330 for the CAMTC fee, $100 for fingerprinting, and then also smaller fees on top of that. And then we took a trip up today from Los Angeles that cost money as well. So we cannot allow time to keep elapsing and moving forward like this without some type of guarantee of where our future is headed and what the reasoning is behind it. Some of our students have gone through an educational hearing that you set forth on them. The outcome being that we cannot move forward with them as massage therapists, but we have no reason why, and we don't have any guidance as to what next steps are. People are just waiting in the hopper for something that they don't have. I'm not gonna speak too much because people already brought this up, but the economy is incredibly difficult right now. We're not making any money. The massage profession is already, in general, very difficult to make financial gains. We've had to do things in our lives that are undesirable. Some people have had to move back to their countries, and it's frustrating. It's hard to convey that, but it's very frustrating. This is on behalf of 200 plus students now. So we ask you that you...
Thank you for your comments today. We appreciate you coming all the way up here to express your concerns. The board wants to hear from every member here today, every member of the audience who wishes to speak. I will ask the members of the audience to limit their comments to the issue on the floor. There currently is a motion pending a vote by the board, and I will ask that your comments be directed to the motion on the floor in future. Thank you.
Sorry about that, thank you.
All right, thank you, appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to make public comment now on this matter concerning display on the website?
I'm glad to hear from the attorney. Thank you very much for taking time with that. So just to get a little clarification, if I choose to not pay my dues, what is my status gonna look like?
We're not in a position to answer questions in this session. This session is for public comments.
That is public comment.
It's a
I am the
comment, yes.
public, I am a CAMTC certificate holder, and when it comes to active or denied or rejected, my question is very simple. If I choose to not pay my dues and not become a part of this program anymore, if somebody comes in and looks, what are they gonna see?
So, Chair Dixon, I will ask to make an exception. Public comments are not an opportunity to engage in back and forth conversation with the board. They're just for the public to make comments and the board listen to it. But assuming that I was given the permission, so if somebody does not recertify, it simply says expires.
Fair enough, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment before we take a vote on this issue? And we'll proceed. Please take a roll call vote.
Mike Kelligy,
Abstain.
Shannon Faber. Yes. Jeff Foreman,
Yes.
Heather Forshe,
Yes.
Sarah Fraser,
Yes.
Jennifer Gonzalez. No. Michael Marylander,
No.
Bernadette Murray,
Abstain.
Stephanie Powell,
Yes.
Martha Soffer,
Yes.
Christy Underwood,
No.
and Mark Dixon.
No. Please report to the chair. Speaking of Mike. Report the vote.
6 yeses, 2 abstain, 4 noes.
I believe that is a fail motion. The majority of the members voting. So the motion fails. At this point, it's time for lunch. We're going to take a lunch break for 30 minutes? 45 minutes. Lunch break for 45 minutes. So you're back here in 45, which is about 1:15.
Where is your offer? Oh, Michael. Yeah.
The next item we're going to hear is item number 9 on the agenda. It has to do with approval of a program to authorize out-of-country education acceptance by CAMTC. We have with us representatives from the Thai government, from the King of Thailand, in the person of our esteemed Consul General. Please pronounce your name for me and come forward.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members of the board. My name is Thor Saranamba, Consul General of Thailand in Los Angeles. I represent Thailand in 13 states on the west coast of the United States. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunities for me to address the board. Thank you. So shall we start?
Consul General, thank you for introducing yourself. I'm going to take a moment to orient the board about what we're going to be discussing.
Yes, please.
And then we'll introduce the panel, okay? Please, okay? Okay. So this item relates to accepting education from countries outside the United States. This is something which is very important to the legislature. So during the last sunset review, the legislature made a change in our state law to allow CAMTC to accept education from outside of the country. What this board has done is adopt a policy last year to start rolling this program in smaller stages, and the initial step was to accept education from North America. And because we wanted to, after the board adopted specific policies and what we can accept, what we can't, how people can get certified with education from other countries, we wanted to kind of do like a pilot program with it for all intended purposes. So we did that. And after reviewing the results of the first stage of this process, staff feels that we are now ready to expand it beyond North America. So we analyze various kind of requests that we get from different places. And in your board packet here, you have a specific proposal that amend the existing policy. So just so everybody understands, it's not really a new policy. It's a policy you already adopted. It is just expanding it to 3 more countries. Thailand, Brazil, and United Kingdom. The idea of accepting education from Thailand specifically has been discussed, has been floating around now for probably close to 14 years. So we have very long-standing relationship, very close relationship with the Thai community, with the massage Thai community. In fact, the first outreach program that CMC ever done when we came out of the gate 15 years ago was actually the consulate, the Thai consulate in LA. So we have very long relationship with them, and that issue, that request has been around for a long time. We couldn't do it before because the law simply did not allow us. Now we do have the possibility. We know that there are a lot of stakeholders who are very interested in seeing things like education from other countries being accepted by CAMTC. We also aware of the fact there are many concerns about that, very legitimate concerns. So we put all that in the board packet, but we also invited 4 panelists that wanted to address the board in more details about that. We have the Consul General of Thailand. We also have the Santa Barbara Body Therapy Institute. Katie, if you don't mind taking a seat. And we also invited the California Massage Envy Franchise Association who wanted to speak. Steve, do you want to take a seat? And a 4th entity that also was very eager to be here, but couldn't stay, is Burke Williams, very large employer in California. They also wanted to speak, but I understand since Bill Armour left, that his representative is going to be speaking on behalf of Burke Williams, but also and on behalf of the California Massage Therapy Coalition. Mike, if you don't mind taking a seat too. So we would like to hand the discussion to Consul General of Thailand, and please present whether it's included in demonstration or data. The board is very eager to hear from you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the floor. Before we start, let me start with my statement that we share the common goal, and we know that the ultimate goal of having CAMTC is to make sure that the public and our customer is well protected. And what we're going to present today is to protect that ultimate goal by promoting and maintaining, improving, developing the standard and professionalities of massage therapist communities. As a profession, in California. So let's talk about Thai massage. My presentation will involving myself, one of my colleagues, Consul Itikorn, where is he? Okay, he'll go into details about the education in Thailand. And then Kun Keith, the advisor to the Thai Massage and Spa Association in the United States, will address the meeting about the law enforcement cooperation that he has been doing for quite a long time. So start from Thai massage, is the national heritage that we are proud of. It has been developed, in Thailand for a long time as a part of our medical system, holistic approach in providing medical service for the people for quite a long time. And it has been even become renowned when the UNESCO, United Nations organization that is in charge of education, cultural and science, has recognized Thai massage as the cultural heritage of humanities. So, which means that we are proud, to share this to the people from around the world. So, the Thai massage is a part of our medical system that comprising 4 legs of education. The first one is medical practice, Thai traditional medical practice. The second one is Thai pharmacist, that including the use of medicinal herbs and some other materials as the medicine that used to cure the patient. The third one is what we call traditional midwifery, or the science to provide the service to mother and child care. And the last one is a Thai massage. So under these 4 legs, we have formalized our education in the country to make sure that the same, like CAMTC here, that the public, the patient, the customer is well protected under a well-trained, under a well-structured curriculum. So in Thailand, we have 2 organizations, government agencies, that supervise and regulate the Thai traditional practice. The first one is called the Thai Traditional Medical Council. So council is in the form the same as CMTC. So it's a council of traditional Thai medical practitioner, doctor, pharmacist, massage therapist, trainer, and they're working together as a council. The second government agency that's related to regulating the traditional medicine is called Ministry of Public Health. So it's the same as the Department of Public Health of the US at the federal level. So these 2 organizations is working hand in hand to make sure that the education of Thai traditional medical treatment has been well structured and well regulated. So by the law, we have the act, the legal framework that working to supervise and regulate all the professional in this field, which is called Thai Traditional Medical Profession Act 2013. So we have been amended, from time to time to make sure that the legal framework is, catching up with the development of the world. So today we're going to have a demonstration about 10 minutes, by our staff that has been well trained in Thailand, and I thought they have a clock put in here. So we try to limit the time for around 10 minutes. We know that 10 minutes is never been enough. This is just a sample that you can have a look. So I would like to, before I pass the floor to them, you can have yourself prepare for the demonstration. Before I finalize my statement, we know that here in California and United States, you are suffering from the shortage of personnel in this field, massage therapists. And what we can do here is to make sure that our well-trained staff from a well-trained, under the well-trained curriculum can help to support, to solve this shortage of therapists here. And we make sure you'll come back to the very basic principle that we do it to protect the interests of the public, of the customer, of the patient. Make sure that they have been treated by the well-trained personnel. And this is it for my introduction. We're going to have 10 minutes of demonstration here with narrators, from who is the trainer, the tarot from the East Coast of the United States. And after that, my colleagues, Kansuwitikon, will go to you, take you through details of journey about the training structure in Thailand of how do we train our personnel. Okay, thank you. So, thank you.
Right, thank you so much, Councillor Tong. Right, one of the most beautiful Thai wisdom and Thai culture is Nuot Thai, which is the Thai massage. And the chair, board members, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Steve. I will be the MC for this demonstration. You can see these two demonstrations from Jesse, the demonstrator on the table, and Arthur. The demonstration on the floor, which is very traditional Thai massage. Both of them have experience in this Thai massage over 15 years. And both of them learned Thai massage before they certified to be the California massage therapist over here. With the experience, like for the Jesse, the demonstrator on the table, that demonstrator, he had like 390 hours Nuot Thai certified instructor and 1,200 hours of advanced neuromuscular therapy health educator from the National Holistic Institute, Studio City, California. And for the championship wise, for the demonstrator on the table, Jesse, in 2023, he has a Nuot Thai Western Freestyle bronze medal, the massage championship. And what he can perform, it can be the Lana style, which is the Thai massage, northern part of Thailand, northern part of Thai massage. We can be a little bit slow, and he uses a lot of stretching, more than like acupressure. Northern part of Thailand, they do very slow, deep, to the energy line. And for the demonstrator on the floor, Arthur in black. This is overall for the two institute. Overall championship, overall winner of 2023 for winner of American Massage Championship. And also 2023 California Massage Championship for Arthur, the demonstrator in black. And before coming here, before certified to be the California massage therapist, he had 122 hours for professional Thai massage for health from Wat Po, the most famous massage school, and 122 hours Nuot Thai from Chiang Mai Institute for skill development. Right, this Thai massage, you can see like these two major techniques, acupressure and stretching. Actually, there's one more elbow applied, but today we don't use the elbow at all. So you can see only acupressure and stretching. You know, some people think that Thai massage they don't want to go. No, that's not true at all. Because nowadays you can see Thai massage applied to the table. Then if you have the basic of Thai massage and you come to this country, absolutely you can apply almost everything you learn to the massage you learn. Swedish sport massage, neuromuscular, it blends so well together. After today, he can perform what called dynamic massage. Dynamic, that's why he's making the overall championship for many places. And dynamic, he combined the Nana or the Northern Thai massage with Thai massage, Thai dancing massage, Thai Vedic massage. See, he combined everything that he learned. Even the Nuot Thai Boran. So you're going to see the variety for the other that perform on the floor right now. See, you can see that all those stretching. Later on, you can see it's stretching all the joints, cover all the joints, and the Thai massage luckily that we do very gentle, slowly, continuously, which is perfect for the Western style. We don't need to do too fast, but no, slowly. According to the Thai culture too. See, and you see them on the table. That's it. The glute extension. You can do hamstring extension with that combination both. You can see that on the table. And on the floor is similar to this hip twist. Good, this is perfect for the piriformis stretching. And see what else they can bring. Some of them are the smart way to, I think. Or on the floor, other. Now you do adductor stretching. But you see the technique, Thai massage on not only size, it combined with the art. Beautiful art. See, you touch the leg behind. Some people sit on the kneecap. You can massage it too. Right now, see what else? This is the Langnam style of North Thailand, northern part of Thailand music. Right, circumduction of the hip. And then let's see what they're going to bring for us today. This is my first time to see it too. I practiced with them before. Alright, after circumduction of the hip but all day on the table I saw it already. It's stretched on the front like a torso flexion. So you stick all the back muscle. Oh, this is loin core. This is called like all-purpose core. You can use combine with your techniques because it's so gentle. Like in this country you have saga. That's similar but it's different because you don't use apply for the oil. The kind you can do with a like loose cloth. You wear your clothes. You don't need to take off the clothes. And then it means you can massage anywhere. You can massage public too, in public. Alright, on the table that is for the pec stretching, for the shoulder stretching. Alright, the body or torso twist again, all the oblique twist. But you see the technique, like twist, like, you know the style. And not just size, like I said, you need the art to combine. Okay. Alright, on the table, you bring one pillow to. Okay, so you can lean more forward on the table now. Alright, that is good for the adductor occupation on the table. And when you work on the upper trap, which is a lot of people, you can say almost 100 people get problem on the upper trap. This is so good and relaxing. You need to like give deep pressure. You can relax it by like a movement, vibration. You see that? But make the client enjoy your treatment. I feel like I dance with you. That's why after he combined with a dancing massage. Right? See, along the rhomboid or the middle part of the scapula with the shoulder stretching. Alright. Even the step on the back, but don't worry, they don't give the whole pressure on the table. You see that? That creates more pressure when people do like torso flexion. Okay. So why this is one of the most beautiful Thai wisdom. It's not Thai, or Thai massage. You see, they do circumduction of hip. Alright, that pretty much beautiful, right? If everyone enjoy, can be supported by loud applause, please, everyone. Thank you, beautiful. Alright, good job. Alright, I think this is good, right? Thank you so much. I'm very much sure that everyone enjoyed this short demonstration. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can I have the presentation back on, please? I don't like guys, standing around. That's very dynamic. It's fun. It's gonna be a task to be demonstration, but I'll try. Good afternoon, Chairman and the board. Thank you for including Thailand. You can turn off the music right now, thank you. And not that fun. Okay, thank you. Thank you for including Thailand in your agenda today. I would just like to start with the governing body of Nuot Thai. In Thailand, there are two different authorities who issue the license for relaxation massage practitioners and medical massage therapists, both under the purview of the Ministry of Public Health of Thailand. There are also higher education degrees which are offering in the undergraduate and graduate levels in 24 colleges and universities in Thailand, approved by both Ministry of Public Health and Ministry of Education. The first entity which I have on slide is the Department of Health Service Support. It's responsible for the registration and licensing of the relaxation massage practitioner. The applicant is to complete the Nuot Thai curriculum ranging from 150 to 500 hours from the certified institution in order to practice in the massage service facility for relaxation or spa treatments. Another governing body here is the Thai Traditional Medical Council, who is responsible for the registration and licensing for the Thai Traditional Medicine License and the Applied Thai Traditional Medicine License. For this one, the applicant is to complete the Nuot Thai curriculum of 800 or 1,300 hours, which were established in accordance with the benchmark training curriculum of Nuot Thai by the World Health Organization. In order to become an instructor of Thai traditional medicine or an applied Thai traditional medicine, which is beyond the requirement for being a massage or a spa therapist. I would just like to touch upon the compatibility of Thai and CAMTC syllabus a little bit. The educational institution that can teach Nuot Thai has to be certified by the professional committee in the field of Thai traditional medicine, or is an agency under the Ministry of Public Health in charge of conducting the Nuot Thai training specifically. In the same manner with the institution, the teaching staff must be a full-time instructors and medical practitioner in the field of Thai traditional medicine, specifically in Thai massage or Thai medicine. Next, I'm going to run quickly to present the Nuot Thai core courses as approved by the Thai Traditional Medical Council, which you can also review in the packet in front of you. The first grouping is under the health science, which consists of anatomy and physiology, pharmacology, psychology, examination of musculoskeletal disorders, evaluation of painful symptoms, and first aid. The second grouping is under the traditional Thai medicine, which consists of philosophy of medicine, theories of Thai traditional medicine, Thai pharmacology, and Thai traditional medicine diagnosis and treatments. The third grouping, which is the essence of the course is Nuot Thai or Thai massage. It is mainly on the practical side, which accumulates up to 200 hours in practice. For example, the 10 principal lines and their relationship to disease, diagnosis of energy line and wind-related disease, Nuot Thai rehabilitation, therapeutic foot massage, Nuot Thai for athletes, Nuot Thai for antenatal, postnatal, and child care, oil massage for treatment, and the famous Risi Daton, etc. We also have some other courses on other issues, such as professional ethics and law, religions and health, meditation, how to record the massage result, activities to promote good work habit, and English for communication in some institutions. Last but not least, the student has to practice in the health service facilities for at least 100 cases or equivalent to 300 hours of massage treatment. So after I've been doing the deep research, I find that the Thai curriculum is pretty much along the line, 80 to 90% matched with the CAMTC syllabus. Some that are not applicable due to the local contents are the California law and regulations, business ethics, and some local requirements. Before I pass on the floor to the next presenter, Mr. Keith Chakrapachai, I just would like to share my view that I see Muay Thai and Nuot Thai are the same products of Thailand. We are the authentic origin, and we're serious about it, and it's a national pride and heritage, which is already the world heritage. This is why Thailand would like to seek your kind consideration on this matter. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chairman of the Board, members, staff, and distinguished guests. I'm honored to be here today. I know it's been a long day, I'll make it short. My name is Keith Chattopadhyay. I have been a Reserve Level 1 Deputy with Los Angeles County Sheriff Department for the past 23 years. Currently assigned to Community Partnership Bureau as Community Liaison. I have been with the Nuat Thai Association of America since its inception in 2016. My role as a senior advisor to the association are as follows. First, providing outreach program to association members to ensure public safety as well as an up-to-date news, laws, regulation, and any related information to the massage therapists, such as sexual harassment, human trafficking, prostitution, workplace violence, labor issue, and any other related to the massage establishments. Secondly, collaborating with CAMTC, the Thai Consul General Office, and other non-profit organizations in providing seminars in various topics above. We have invited CAMTC members and many law enforcement agencies to give our members the first-hand knowledge and information on laws, common mistake or violation, and find ways to prevent and report crime to the law enforcement authorities. In summary, the mission and goal of Nuat Thai and Spa Association, as stated on our logo, is working together to achieve excellence in Nuat Thai and Spa. We are committed to provide members with the skill and knowledge to the next level, and at the same time to give the public both safety and satisfied treatment. And thank you for your support. Now I'd like to pass on to the Thai Consul General to have a closing statement. Thank you.
Thank you. So here we are. We are happy to share this because, as we say, this is the one of the cultural heritage of the humanities, and we are at the crossroad of sharing wisdom, traditional wisdom that we have to the world, and we are here for sharing that. So looking for the support from the floor, from the board member. So we're still here. Before I pass the floor to the other speaker, if you have any question later on, we are here ready to provide all the answers that we could. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Would any member of the panel like to speak? No? Santa Barbara Body Therapy Institute is on our agenda as the next one. Thank you.
First, I just want to state my heartfelt appreciation for all that you have demonstrated, and that Thai massage is integrated into the whole medical establishment. I think that is a huge accomplishment, and I would love to see the same thing within the United States, to see massage receive that level of recognition and integration into our medical field. So I'm very inspired to hear that. So I, as director of the Santa Barbara Body Therapy Institute, I have had the first approved out-of-country program. In the 34 years that I have been director, we have had a number of therapists who have been trained in other countries who have been through our educational institution. So I've had a doctor from Russia, doctor from China, a physical therapist from Yugoslavia. I've had acupuncturists from France. I've had massage therapists from Thailand, from China, from Philippines, from Colombia. from many different countries come to get their training in ranging from 200 to 1,000 hours of training in order to be able to practice professionally within our state. And so I have background in working with various countries within the synthesis of what we offer for massage. And so I had the honor of training the first two North American enrollees in our program, and that happened last October. They were both from Canada. They had 2,000 to 3,000 hours of training, extraordinarily high skill level. They were quite exceptional in their skills. They had a strong background in orthopedic massage, and I was very happy to grant them their certificate of completion from us, and then they now have their CAMTC. And our next offering is this May, and I have one North American that has enrolled. So as a school owner, we need more students. We'd love more students, and clearly there's some amazingly qualified people that would love to come and get their certificate of completion so they can get their CAMTC. So I'm here to support that expansion of the approval. Having been, had a 55-hour program where we got to assess the skills and see them and make sure they understand our laws and our ethical practices and all, I feel confident with moving forward in expanding the skills to include other countries. And I have, different people contacting me, waiting in the wings, hoping that we will expand the amount of approved schools so that they can have a similar opportunity. So I'm here to answer any questions that you might have regarding having piloted the program.
Thank you. Next we'll hear from Massage Envy.
Thank you. For clarification, I'm president of MCAFA, which is the Massage Envy California Franchise Association. We represent 100 plus individual stores throughout the state of California. I personally own 6 stores and employ about 100 service providers. Among those, I count people from the Philippines, Mexico, Afghanistan, Vietnam, Japan, South Korea, China, Lebanon, Egypt, Fiji, Israel, Iran, South Africa, Germany, Switzerland, and of course Thailand. My international team has an average tenure of more than 5 years with our company, which is exceptional, considering the average tenure of a therapist is less than that. Career span, sorry. So I represent a relatively large employment group. We speak with other employer groups. There's no shortage of interest in having more therapists available to hire. I can't emphasize enough that we represent an employment situation. AB 5, since it came on the scene, really required that people like us employ massage therapists. I've been a clinic owner since 2008. I've always had employees, never an independent contractor. And employment of people who could otherwise fall into other circumstances is a terrific way to short circuit some of the things that this board is concerned with when it comes to human trafficking or non-employment situations. So to me, this is not a solution in search of a problem. This is the intersection of a solution with a problem. There is a large number of people who are totally qualified and trained in their home countries to do what we do. Everyone who's been on vacation somewhere knows this. I've had great massages in lots of countries other than the US, right? It seems totally rational and normal that in California, where we have an overwhelming number of representatives from countries around the world, that we take the steps toward recognizing their education and training and putting those skills to use here in the United States. I hope that we can take a leadership position on this. That's on a practical note. On more of a philosophical and personal note, I was in the Navy. I went to the Naval Academy. I had to memorize all the weapons that the Soviets might use against us. I'm married to a Soviet refugee who left when the country collapsed. She went to college twice. Once to their version of Harvard, and once to the University of San Francisco. because her version, however, didn't count in the United States. She's incredibly accomplished. And I think there's a lot of accomplished people who come here that we could do better for. And this program to have outreach and recognize the education and training and their accomplishments from their home countries, I think can only be additive. There's no risk here to our domestic workers. There's no risk here to the people who are already here working. We can absorb all of the talents they have to bring. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. And now finally from Burke Williams.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm honored to be here. Unlike everybody else, I got 10 minutes notice that I was going to be speaking. So, Bill Armour, who is the owner of Burke Williams, all of you know who Burke Williams is, was here all day and really apologizes. He wanted to participate in this person, but had to go catch a plane, and it just really wasn't avoidable. So anyway, I am the poor substitute, but I will do my best. Also, I'm here as the representative of the California Professional Massage Therapy Coalition, which is a large number of massage businesses that were formed during the COVID shutdown, and specifically to get us back open and to get people working. So we continue to kind of work in Sacramento to make sure that things are done well. We're here in strong support of the proposal. You know, anyone who kind of understands our business, the essential raw material that makes us work is qualified massage therapists. Can't do it without it. They're invaluable, and we don't have enough of them. So, you know, that's the context in which this conversation is happening. We need more. This is an opportunity to help address that need. I can speak to the legislature does in fact expect CAMTC to do this well. We're confident that CAMTC will take care of it. Obviously, the fundamental basis of this is that it can be done safely, and the public will not only be protected, but they will benefit. And so that's really our perspective. That's why we're here. Happy to answer any questions, but that is the perspective that we wanted to bring. It's time. We're supportive. This is a way to deal with an important industry issue, and we would strongly encourage you to move forward on helping us with the need for qualified massage therapists. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. We'll open up the panel to questions now from the board.
I have a question for Joe Bob.
Yes.
How do you envision implementing school approvals?
Okay, I've submitted a revised procedures that's on page 102 of the board packet. And so currently, as you know, we're right now, when the board passed this last year, we limited to education that was successfully completed in North America. We did that sort of as a trial run and to keep the population kind of small. Well, it was small, as Katie will attest to too. And I think Beverly and I, because we've been receiving the inquiries from people, and at that point we were tracking, it was mostly Canadians that were showing interest. I think we had 50 some of them or whatever, you know, and this was over a period of a couple of years leading up to it, so some of that may have been old news, but still we had about 50, and today we've only had 2 that went through there. Now, of course, we only have 1 school that's approved as of now. It's in Santa Barbara, which if you were gonna go somewhere, why not Santa Barbara? But, and so that may be limitations, and I know other schools are interested, and part of it is one of those chicken or egg type situations. If there's more students available, more schools will do it. If there's more schools, there'll be more students. So we're trying to work on encouraging that. But I think but it went well with Katie being the first one to get her school through and get approved, and us getting the 2 students there. And while I would love to see more students, when you're starting to test something, it's actually kind of nice to test it in a very small thing, because if something hadn't really worked well between the school, the evaluation agencies, something like that, our own internal process of how it goes, the application flow, because it's slightly different than a regular application coming in. If that hadn't have gone well, it's better to not go well with 2 people than with 200 people. So but I think we're definitely ready to open that up. And as you can see, of course, we don't have demonstrations from Brazil and the UK here. We don't have demonstrations from anybody. It's great to have the government of a country so supportive, because we don't know what we don't know. And we have a hard enough time every time we get a transcript validating that it's authentic, whether that transcript's in California, out of state, and you'd be surprised how much time we spend verifying that education. And then when it comes to the out-of-country schools and verifying that education, now that Mike's auditing us, I can't go to those schools either. But the out-of-country education is hard to vet. And so when we have the support of the Thai government, it's going to be very helpful. And of course, we won't have that with every country going forward. Maybe some others we will. I don't know. But at least with the Thai government, it's very helpful to have that on our side, to be able to say, because they're very protective of the export of Thai massage around the world, and protecting it, and not letting just fraudulent transcripts and people come and be like, oh no, Thai massage, and just have printed the transcript out of somebody's home office somewhere. So I think that's very helpful, and it's very exciting to have that with Thailand. So I think working with them, I think will be great. I also think it could, I think we could see a lot from it. So if we're looking at the Canadians, where we got sort of 2 out of 50 kind of a response, I don't know what we'll get here, but the fact that you have the Consul General taking this much time and effort for that kind of goes to show that there's a large population here for them to support. Otherwise, if it was 1 or 2 people from Thailand who wanted to get their education approved, I doubt that the Consul General, not that he doesn't love all of his people, I'm sure, but that he would have taken the time if they didn't believe that there weren't. I'm sure that will also take time. Again, right now we have 1 approved school, and word will have to spread, though I'm sure it will get spread pretty quickly if this gets adopted. But people have to adjust, and it will take time, but I think we'll see a large number there. And then just to sort of chime in on why we brought in Brazil and the UK. So numbers wise, since June of last year, I've had about 35 inquiries come in to me. Anything that comes into the main CMTC comes to me. And I've had about 35 come in. To be fair, if you go on the website and actually do your homework, you would see this policy that says we only accept education from North America, and you would stop there. But not everybody goes to the website or reads it or wants to believe it or doesn't want to affect change. So people do inquire, and so out of those 35, there were several countries, all of them 1 or 2, except for Brazil and UK, which both had about 5 or 6. So while not huge numbers, certainly quite a bit, 5 or 6 times bigger than all the other countries. So I think that, those are 2 good countries if we're considering expanding this out. I don't think those will produce large volumes of people. I think Thailand potentially has that ability to produce that, which I think is great. And certainly over time, I'm not saying that it's going to come in there immediately, but I think that UK and Brazil, plus it's nice as we continue to expand our testing to kind of move. Now we've got European country, South American country, Asian country, sort of start spreading that out and seeing where there could be any learning curve issues on trying to vet the education from these sort of different areas. So I think, so that's why for the 3 countries. So I think it will be good. I think we have the bandwidth certainly to expand, but and I think we'll get a lot more with this, and I hope that I hope we see a lot, but I think it will, my guess is it will come in at a pace enough that it should be easy for us to handle. After that, you don't want to ask another question, do you? Like, no, he goes too long.
I really appreciate your presentation, and it's marvelous, as Katie was saying, how integrated Thai massage is as part of Thai medicine, and holistic medicine. I wanted to ask Katie, in terms of, as you've worked, you've obviously had students from many different countries. Are there ever language barriers that you have to, do those come up?
Yes, they do, but in talking with Joe Bob about, because this is such a short course, a program, he was clear with me that language needed to not be a barrier. That in terms of, well, I mean, I didn't quite say that right. They need to have proficiency in the English language to be able to be accepted into the program. So they need to have the ability to comprehend so that it doesn't become, a potentially sticking point in terms of, are they comprehending the regulations that and the procedures that I'm attempting to teach.
So that would be something that your community, sir, would be able to facilitate in terms of helping people that might be interested in the program, would, in terms of understanding it. That sounds like great working together.
So Bernadette, so I might add, so just like with all of our approved programs, the student has to be proficient in the language in which that program's taught. We approve programs in other languages. Currently there's not a Thai language program, but if a school sees interest in it and wants to do it, that's certainly a possibility. So, so someone, just using Thailand as an example, someone from Thailand was here, they would either need to be proficient enough in English to go to an English-only course like at Katie School, or another school, or I mean, Katie could if she wanted to, but any school would have to offer it in Thailand for them if they weren't proficient enough in English to understand and benefit from an English-only program.
Okay, so like say for example, Katie has her main program. Well, let's not use Katie because she's gotten this program approved. If there was a school that was accredited and they wanted to offer this as a course, and they didn't offer their main, like the main 500 hours in Thai, could they just offer the 50-hour program or the 50-hour course in Thai?
Not according to the way that the procedures are written. You would have to already be an approved school in order to offer this as a program or course.
Well, okay, but I'm saying if you were, I'm saying if you are, like, okay, let's go back to Katie. Katie's school, she's approved, the program is approved. Could she also offer a 55-hour program that was in Thai without having to get the 500-hour program also being offered in Thai?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, I thank you. I didn't ask the question quite right to begin, so I appreciate that clarification.
Sure.
I have a question. When someone takes a course in Santa Barbara, what certificate do they get? Because there's a possibility of getting a traditional medicine license, but it has to be through the time, not through you, and how that works.
So we're approved by the BPE first, and we have several different programs. We have a practitioner program that's 250 hours. We have a massage therapist that's 550 hours. We have an integrated massage therapist, 750, and a holistic health practitioner that's 1,000, and now we have the out-of-country program, which is 55 hours. And I want to just give a little bit more detail on that because I didn't explain it in my little synopsis, is that we were making it really user-friendly because we're going to have people from all over the state. So we have the first 15 hours online, and it's the business portion where we go over all the federal rules and regulations. And then people come for a 4.5-day intensive. And we keep it to the 40 hours. That is the maximum allowed by the CAMTC, the California Massage Therapy Act. And so that they can get all their live in training in-house. They can spend the night at our place. We all have different places that they can spend the night, very inexpensive, so they can do it as economically and as time efficiently as possible.
Joe, I have a question, and I'm completely new to this world, so pardon the ignorance of it, but
clearly we have Thai government here to support this. Do we have UK and Brazilian government as well?
No.
With any sort of complement or process, or a process that would complement this?
No, that's what makes them sort of unique. We've had, when we did North America, we've had no necessarily cooperation from the Canadian government, and likewise we don't with UK or Brazil.
Okay, thank you.
If I could just add, the policy for the out-of-country kind of acceptance is, the first step is looking through the transcript from that country to ensure that it does meet the qualifications for CAMTC before they're moved on to the secondary portion of the program. So I think if your question was, is the schooling of proper quality, if that's what I was like extrapolating from that, because that's what I really got from this today, was that the schooling was high quality. And then, I mean, it's very clear through the body work that there's a very good understanding of, you know, anatomy and body mechanics and client care. And so I think that the transcript service is what's doing some of that work for us, where we kind of got it firsthand here.
Yes, that was my concern, and my other concern is even here, we're worried about certificate mills. And so,
right. How
do we know what we don't know?
Well, that's part of why the board decided to do, so the two things, if you come here with out-of-country education, then you have to do two things. You have to submit your transcripts to a credential evaluation agency, which is kind of standard for universities and even employers and stuff. And so they will help sort of vet it, and then at that point, you know, on paper, it looks good. And so then the question is in real life. And part of then why they have to go to this minimum 50-hour supplement program at an approved school is just for that purpose. 25 hours of it is business and ethics, which is designed to update them on California laws and ways and draping. And anybody that's had massages in some foreign countries, sometimes draping is questionable. And not, I mean, culturally it's just not a big deal in certain countries. It's not that there's anything wrong with it, it's just that's not important to them. And so part of the business ethics over here would be that's important. And then the other 25 is body work, and part of that is to sort of vet, is this a person, and Katie and I talked about it kind of in terms of continuing education. When somebody comes in for a continuing education class, you assume they have a baseline knowledge of massage, and you can sort of see the way that they work and move and handle a body, like this person at least has had formal training. Can you tell that they've had the entire however many hours on their transcript? No, but you can at least see that they've had some formal training. And so that's part of why the board passed that with that 50 hours. So they'll go to one of our approved schools, get that, they have to successfully pass that 50 hours, and it's up to that school to sort of see that they have had at least some professional training that kind of corresponds with the transcript. So is it foolproof? Probably not, nothing is, but it kind of gives us that two-step process to trust that they have had training and the training that they've presented appears to be legitimate.
Anyone else on the board wish to speak to the panel? Questions?
I'm not sure what was raised while I was, I had to step out. But as part of this policy, what staff is requesting is that the implementation also will be subject to the CEO discretion. In reality, we do not believe that opening the floodgates without taking care of few operational issues first will be wise. We think that we can be ready by the end of May. So we're not talking about really a long extension. So even though it says effective immediately, but actual implementation, we need just a little leeway just to make sure that all the ducks are in a row from the operational aspect before we kind of open big floodgates. So probably looking at end of May, mid-June, so we'll be able to roll with it.
Yes, I put in my memo, effective immediately. I was a little overzealous because ESD, we were all excited and gung-ho and forgot about poor John in operations and some of the other people that have to weigh into it. So if a board member picks this up as a motion, I would ask that that be at the discretion of the CEO. Also, there's two other parts in there, and so if somebody picks up to make this a motion, I just want to make sure that they're noted. So one of them is it's changing. We had in there, we had it as a program, and now we've sort of written, and I don't like it when things, we have a lot with semantics in the world of massage schools, and when we started this several years ago in 2015-16, we had an even bigger world of semantics because every school was using different things, and even when you talk to accreditors, the government agencies, the uses of program and course and class, and all of that is sometimes used in different ways and interchangeably. So we've tried over the years to streamline that so that hopefully we're just speaking, not that we're right, but we tried to just go with one way so that we were sort of speaking all the same language. And so I don't like to make things more convoluted than they have to be, but by calling this the supplemental education, either a program or a course, it allows more schools to apply for that, because the accredited schools run into a problem with their accreditors. They won't accredit a program that's as short as 50 hours. And so they need to put that as a course under their already approved program, whereas some of the other schools like Katie's that's going through the BPPE, she was able, through the BPPE, to have hers is 55 hours, able to have a 55-hour program. So that's one change, is to make it a program or course, kind of some semantics there, but that's the reasoning behind it. The other one is currently it reads that if somebody comes and fails that 50 hours, then they have to take an additional 450 hours. And I could go into the logic behind that why that originally occurred, but as the school pointed out, that doesn't make sense. And sometimes the simple answer is the best one. If they failed the 50 hours, they should have to retake that 50 hours. So we changed it to the 500 hours. So if somebody comes, completes a supplemental course at a school like Katie's, they fail it, that school says, this person, I don't believe that this person is safe to work on the public, then they would have to go and take a full 500-hour program at an approved school if they did that. So those are the sort of three changes: the country's course or program, and the 50 hours there. If there's any board member that would pick that up as a motion.
And the implementation.
And the implementation, that the difference is the one change from here is at the CEO's discretion.
Any further questions? Okay. No, I'm just waving your pen. Okay. Before we proceed, I'll ask members of the panel if anything came up during our discussion that you'd like to clarify or add to, or have anything final to say. This is your opportunity.
Just that I want you to let us know so that I can plan my schedule. I had already scheduled the next offering mid-May, so I need to know so I can let people know when I can schedule it.
Thank you, Council General. I heard you.
Thank you. With your permission, we heard concern about certificate meals, and that is what we're working very hard to with among us, and also among the CAMTC as well. That is why we are here for, to separate the real practitioners in this field from the imposter. And we believe that we can set up a channel of communication between the training institution has been recognized in Thailand and the CAMTC, to make sure that you can verify if they really graduate from that institution and they take a serious course, and they have gone through all the training, and not the imposter who forged the certificate. Thank you.
Thank you, Council General. So that being said, the Chair will entertain a motion to approve the program outlined on page 100 and 101 in this board book, outlined further in the written revisions. Make a motion or waving your pen?
And with the amendments that.
With the amendments.
That Joe Bob mentioned.
Yes.
Yes, it's at the discretion of the timing is at the discretion of the CEO.
So the report as stated with the clarification that it is at a time defined. Someone like to make that motion? I'm entertaining a motion. What do you want to make it?
I'll go for it. Okay, so I move to expand the acceptance of out-of-country education to include Brazil, Thailand, and the United Kingdom, under the CAMTC acceptance, and the, what's the word I'm looking for?
Amendments?
The pros and to accept the proposed amendment of the timing of the timing of, what's the
Discretion of the CEO.
Yeah, the timing of the rollout would be at the discretion of the CEO.
Can I make a friendly amendment?
Well, first, has a second. Needs a second first. Okay, and a second by Mac Marylander, and you'd like to make a friendly amendment.
Sure, I'd like to accept the proposed amendments that are laid out in the board packet, pages 102 to 105, with the amendment to the implementation date being at this year. I just want to make sure I capture all of the edits that are in the specific edits.
I need the cover.
Yes, I accept it, thank you.
And someone to speak, want to support your motion with a statement?
Sure. Thank you for being here today. I have to say that I am a massage educator, and the quality of the work that you all have come to display to us today with the information provided to us really helps us make an informed decision. Truly beautiful, and the only thing that I wish had happened was that I'm written into the practical exams for all of these massages. But super high quality work, and I think that with the process that the CAMTC has in place, that we are safe against diploma mills when we look through those transcripts. And then having worked for a school with many locations, and Katie, thank you for piloting this program, that it's very clear to educational folks when somebody comes through and they clearly haven't had the experience that it will take to be a successful, safe massage therapist. And it's very clear today that we have no worries there. And just so that the board knows, like, schools who are approved by CAMTC are very well versed in seeing massage therapists who will need further education in order to be safe with our public. So I feel very assured that this is the right decision.
Thank you. And on the wild idea that there may be somebody interested in speaking in opposition, I'll open the floor for that. Hearing none. Does anyone, from public comment, does anyone from the public wish to comment on this change? Saw Lauren's hand first, and I saw yours. Please line up at the table so that we can move this along expeditiously.
Let me say first, I'm fully in support of this, but I would like to let you know the United Kingdom is comprised of England, Scotland, Cornwall, and the north of Ireland. Could you also include the Republic of Ireland, please?
Richard?
Hi, Michelle Wong here again. So I am an immigrant myself. I am from Denmark. Massage therapy is my second career. I have a master's degree in something else. During my time in that program, I got the opportunity to spend 6 months in South Korea, attending Kyunghee University, which is a university known for mixing Eastern and Western medicine. Now, I was not there to study that specifically, but I did get sick while I was in Korea and benefited from seeing the Eastern and Western coming together in a very beautiful and unique way that we don't see here. I also wanted to say thank you for the demonstration from one therapist to another. That was quite beautiful. But I do want to make one kind of negative comment here as well, with all these positive things going on, and that is the language barrier. So when you move to a country and you decide to live here, then you need to learn the language. And I am concerned with not being able to communicate with the public about their medical conditions. So I teach oncology massage for a nonprofit called Greet Today. And one of the things that a massage therapist can do if you don't do it right is trigger lymphedema in someone. and that is a lifelong, very expensive condition. And I'm not saying that massage therapists do that all the time or have that intention at all. I'm just saying that if you're not able to communicate with the client on your table in a language that both the massage therapist and the client understands, there's an issue. So I think it's beautiful that we want to have other people coming in from other countries and bringing beautiful Thai massage to us. I think it's very important to expand that. I do think it's important that we learn the language, and right now the two languages that are spoken in America is Spanish and English. So I do wish that the board will take that into considerations in a form of examinations and stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Ron Buckley. I'm a certified massage therapist from you folks since 2011. And I'm also an instructor at the Santa Barbara Body Therapy Institute. I worked with and evaluated I worked with both and evaluated one of the Canadian students. And on a bell curve of students, they are top notch. They were just exceptional. And I also took massage at the Santa Barbara Body Therapy School. I took a Thai massage class. So I both received and gave this modality. And what you didn't experience here is what it would be like to receive it for an hour. And it's the most effective and powerful modality you could ever approve. So I recommend you approve it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members. My name is Joy Hacker, President of North Thai and Spa Association of America. 501c3 non-profit organization with 600 strong active members. Our association continue to organize upskill and reskill workshop for the massage community in California. We are in support of our country education, particularly from Thailand. We ask for your support. Please visit website at www.norththaiandspausa.org for further detail. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Umarin Bokter. I am the owner of a massage school located in Thai Town, Los Angeles. Between 60 to 80% of our students are Thai. We sometimes will have students who have previously received massage training and education in Thailand. These students clearly have a head start compared to their classmates. They have developed strange and have advanced knowledge, such as knowing precisely where the trigger points located, and they often have knowledges in areas such as pathology and contraindications. The main area that I feel these students need exposure to, including business, law, regulation, and professional ethics. I hope you will support their students. Thank you so much.
Me again, Marty Morales. I'm a massage instructor. I've been teaching since 2006, and for the past 7-8 years, I've been teaching at a Thai massage school, teaching folks who have extensive knowledge in Thailand, who have gone through and are doing the whole 500-hour program, essentially starting over. And a lot of folks who have come here and gone through the program have maybe already been here in this country working at restaurants, and a lot of them already have honed their English to a certain level. So what I think, or the way I see it is, yes, I believe and I agree that there is the concern of, hey, there has to be some level of English proficiency, but there's absolutely, from what I've seen, a huge effort to get there. to understand what's happening with the curriculum, to be able to communicate in a way. But I also kind of put it on the instructor as well. You know, if it's a very unique thing to teach to essentially English as second language. So, you know, I think of it as, you know, if someone isn't getting it, how have I failed that student to not be able to get the curriculum and be proficient? So I do believe that there is a way forward, and I'm looking forward to what may come of this as we, you know, as we kind of open the door, so to speak. So thank you.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for speaking. More?
Hi, I'm Joyce Galindo. I am a certified massage therapist here in California. Sorry, I'm going to read a little bit because I'm terrible at public speech. So I'm here to advocate for the Brazilian community of massage therapists here just in the Bay Area within my community. I have about 10 individuals who are each trained back home in a 1,200 hours plus program. They value the certification, but they struggle so much to become certified massage therapists here in California due to the high cost of living and the restrictions on obtaining business licenses and to work freely and make enough money to afford a 500-hour program. So thank you so much for considering my country in the out-of-country education, and we have a lot to contribute to the California massage therapy industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are you prepared to give a demonstration?
I volunteer.
No, you need to watch.
If I might, there's been a couple mentions of language barrier. I'm a big proponent of speaking about things when I've actually been involved in them. I mentioned before we have 40 people plus from around the globe. Many of them, well, all of them, English is second language. For many of them, it's tough. We resort to translating materials, we resort to lots of techniques to teach them and make them effective. At the same time, my company performs upwards of 90,000 services a year, excluding COVID. And over the last 7 or 8 years, I can't actually recall a time that anyone was injured by one of our massages. We haven't created an issue. Now, we have very careful intake procedures as an employer. We're in a situation where the intake captures a lot of that, right? But that said, my experience has been that when someone is at a high level of proficiency in a skill set, the words you use to communicate with each other about that skill set kind of fall to the wayside, right? If I was trying to teach somebody how to cook something and they've never seen a stove, that's different than if I meet someone who's a chef from Thailand and we try to compare notes, right? We already know the language, it's just the words get a little bit in the way, but we figure it out. And that's been my experience hiring, training, retaining, and putting people for whom the language is a challenge to work for the last 15 years. Hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you. Ms. Senator, call the question. Unless you're coming up to speak, sir? No, okay. We'll take it. Does anybody need to hear the motion again? Okay, go ahead.
Mike Halliday,
Yes.
Shannon Faber, Jeff Foreman, Heather Forshee,
Yes.
Sarah Fraser,
Yes.
Jennifer Gonzalez,
Yes.
Michael Marylander,
Yes.
Bernadette Murray,
Yes.
Stephanie Powell, Martha Soffer,
Yes.
Christy Underwood,
Yes.
Mark Dixon.
Yes. Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations. Thank you for joining us today. It was a long day for you. We appreciate your bearing with us while we did our business.
Thank you very much.
You are welcome to stay as long as you like, but this portion of our meeting concerning the additional training is complete.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, we love to stay till the end, but I got the plane to catch.
Travel safely.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Moving along. We're going to move now to approve the minutes from October 11 and December 14. We need to do them separately. So I need a motion to approve October 11. Correct, I can't hear you.
Did we get the minutes? Are they in the packet?
They were sent out electronically. So the motion, we have a motion to approve October 11 minutes.
Jump to the
That's correct.
I can move to, accept the minutes for the October.
We have a motion. Need a second?
I second that.
Thank you. Been moved and seconded to approve the October 11 minutes. Any comments or corrections, changes? Hearing none, we'll take a vote. Public does not participate in votes on minutes of meetings.
Mike Kelly,
Yes.
Heather Forshee,
Abstain, wasn't here.
Sarah Fraser,
Yes.
Jennifer Gonzalez,
Yes.
Michael Marylander, Bernadette Murray,
Yes.
Martha Stoffer,
Yes.
Christy Underwood,
Abstain.
Mark Dixon.
Abstain. Motion carries. I'll entertain a motion
I'm sorry,
to-
could you tell us what the vote is?
Of course.
Oh,
5 yeses, 3 abstain.
Yeah, so you need to bring this back. to the
We need to bring it
next
back. It did not pass. It did not have a majority of the voting members. Thank you. Did not pass.
And I think you, okay.
We'll have the same situation with the 14th of December.
Well, not necessarily,
No?
because you have certain people
We have
who
some
did
people
not
there
attend
now.
October 11th, but they did attend December 14th.
I'll take a motion for minutes for the December 14th meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
Thank you.
I second that.
And a second, we have moved and seconded by Sarah Fraser. Any comments, corrections on the minutes? Hearing none, I'll ask you to take a vote.
Mike Kelly,
Yes.
Heather Forshee,
Yes.
Sarah Fraser,
Yes.
Jennifer Gonzalez,
Yes.
Bernadette Murray,
Yes.
Martha Stoffer,
Abstain.
Christy Underwood,
Abstain.
Mark Dixon.
That's a yes. What do we got?
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yeses.
6 yeses.
You need 7.
We need 7 to
Yeah.
pass it.
It's gonna-
That'll be moved ahead to the next meeting. Next item, number 8 on the agenda, page 45 in the board book. No.
I'm sorry. Where did Joe Bob go? Oh, that's when you thought you can relax. Item number 6, proposed amendment to policy and procedures approval of schools.
Another meeting and more amendments to policies and procedures for approval of schools. I'll blame this one on the board because we had to do this because you changed the fees at the last meeting, so we needed to update this. And so then whenever we see a chance where we're updating something, we're like, well, we'll throw in our other relatively minor changes in, so that hopefully this may be the only time we have to do it this year, but we will see. So there's 4 changes, 4 proposed amendments in the policies and procedures. The first one, section 1E, which is on page 16, just adds the word complete. This has always been the policy, but it's good. It adds more transparency for schools just to have that word in there. This is when they're turning in their applications for reapproval, which we spend a lot of time chasing. So that just adds the word complete. The next one, section 2B, A through B, on pages 16 and 17, that just changes the fees to align with what the board passed in their budget at the December 14th meeting. The third change is, so this one adds a cooling off period of 2 years after a school that has applied initially has had 2 purged applications. So just a quick recap of the process. A lot of this is written into the Massage Therapy Act. When a school applies within 30 days, CAMTC has to send them a letter of notifying them that their application is not complete. I think to date, out of 180 something applications, I don't think any have ever been complete. But we send them this within 30 days, and then they have 60 days to then make it complete. And we send a very detailed letter. It's not just a letter that says their application is not complete. I mean, it goes line by line on why it's not complete. And then they have 60 days to make it complete. If they don't, by law, we have to purge it. So if it's not complete after that second time, we purge. And then by law, after that first time, then they can resubmit in 180 days. So they have 6 months, and then they can resubmit and do another one. This one proposes to put in, if they get purged twice, then they have to wait for 2 years to come back to us. And so it's one of those, it's a lot of work with the schools. There's a school currently that we're on their 4th application. And it's a lot of work that it adds. So I think adding the 2-year cooling off period would help prevent that. The 4th one is section 5J, A and E, it's pages 36 and 37 of your packet, and that one is just the one, it corresponds the language for the whole out-of-country course program thing. So it's kind of it goes hand in hand with the policies and procedures that you just approved for the out-of-country education, and changes the language to match that. So those are the 4 changes. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those. Otherwise, if anybody wants to pick that up and move that to be matched. Yes?
Okay, so you said right now you have one school that it's the 4th time that they applied. How many schools would this apply to?
Well, in the future, well, I mean, it's hard to predict how many schools are going to reapply in the future, but.
So let's go back to the original statistic that you brought up. You said out of 108 schools that have applied, not one of them had their application complete the first time around. So out of 108 schools, how many schools have been purged and then reapplied more than once?
So, all right, so to put even more clarifying, so one is 180 something, I don't know,
Okay.
like you were saying 108.
Yeah, I misheard.
Sort of like that,
I misheard.
Am I hearing that right? So we've had that. So the law that required this timeline didn't go into effect until, I would have to run that back, 2020, I think, something like that. So,
yeah.
So those schools were so every school before that was under a different process. They didn't, and those we did, that was a whole different thing. So we're just talking about schools in the last, at this point, like 4 years.
Okay.
That have been through that. And so there's, and I would have to look up the number to see how many would have been purged, but they would be allowed to apply again, as the law says, within 180 days, or after that, they can do that. And then, and so the idea of this is to sort of prevent the serial appliers who maybe should hire a consultant or something, not use us as, CMTC is not a paid consultant to.
I appreciate that. I'm trying to get a sense of how big the problem is. And also too, rather than just say doubling the time, like saying, you know, they have to wait at least 365 days before they can reapply, which would be a year, we're talking about, in essence, making it 3 or 4 times as long before they can reapply. So I'm questioning, I just would like to have a sense of how much of a problem it is and why why it would be kicked out for 2 years instead of just a year, maybe.
Okay, so I'll address the timing first. That more came from if you go on to other areas where we've had action, it's usually 2 years. So like if a school, so a school can be, if there's disciplinary action taken against a school, it can either be a 2-year or 5-year, depending on what the nature of the disciplinary action was, if they were denied or something like that, when they can come back and reapply. So that, it just sort of we lined it up with that 2-year. I mean, we didn't want to do 5 years, we felt that was excessive, so we just went with the 2 years. I mean, you can change it to whatever, but that's where that number came from, is it aligns with what's in there. So, and then as far as the problem, I don't have the specific numbers. If we look at the fact that we have 5 to 6 new applications a year, and since the pandemic ended, we've seen an uptick in those applications being, I would say 3 or 4 of those are known entities that have been around before. So, you know, you're looking, I mean, let's just say, just round, I like round numbers, so let's just say half. So potentially you could be looking at 3 a year that it might impact, but then it depends on whether those, you know, whether they reapply or not, and I can predict on if the school's gonna reapply.
Okay, so right now you just have one school that.
No, that was just an example. I'm just saying, like, I have a school, that's the most that the schools apply.
Okay.
4 times, that's just an example. That's not like, you know.
So,
you know.
I am just trying, again, so of the schools that have reapplied, how many other schools have reapplied at least twice after being purged?
I don't have a number for that, but
okay.
if we were to sort of do back of the envelope math going forward, I would say it would, you know, our history since the pandemic has ended has been about half of new applications have been purged. So, you know, if that trend continues, hopefully it'll get better, but if that trend continues, then you're probably looking at about half that could be impacted. So they would have to, so if they get purged and then they apply again and they get purged a second time, they could do it. But I mean, we don't talk big numbers because we're only getting 5 or 6 applications a year. So you sort of talk in percentages of what it's affecting. And so that's just, it's affecting about half. Is what I would say at the schools.
And could you give me a ballpark figure about how much extra time you're having to take with these?
Oh, yeah, because, well, and so a lot of it comes down to trying to game the system a little bit. Like, let's keep submitting the application until we get all the paperwork correct. So if we've got, you know, however many, let's say 50 documents that have to be turned in for it. So every time you go, you're like, you know, oh, well, we got these, now we're set there. The next time we do, we get, you know, another 10, 12 documents done. Another time, so you inch closer and closer each time to, on paper, meeting the requirements. So it's sort of it's using us to, I mean, it's hard because you don't know what a school's intention is. We never get that far because the application's purged. But they're using us, one, either to commit potential fraud by just trying to get the paperwork correct, or they're using us as a school consultant to try to write their application and documentation, which they should be, if they're not capable of it, they should be reaching out and doing that. That's not our job to do that. But with those schools that I find, like just using the example that I gave you with that one, I mean, the number of phone calls and emails we get, from that school, I would say 2 to 3 times as many as just from a regular application that proceeds to the process.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
For answering my question.
Any other questions for Joe Bob? I'll entertain a motion to approve the revised policies and procedures for schools.
I move to approve the revised policies and procedures with an amendment that the time period be 1 year rather than 2 years before a purged school, a school whose application has been purged twice can resubmit. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you.
And I'll just speak to it also. I'm not going to vote for this just because of what I perceive to be a lot of waste in the budget right now, and I don't think we should be increasing the budget or the fees for these schools. That's why I won't be voting for it.
Oh, so you second the motion, but you're not going to vote for it.
So we can have a discussion. That's how you get into discussion.
Okay.
Just for clarification, Mike, the fees have already been approved. They were approved at the last meeting.
Oh, I know, but as a matter of principle, I can't in good conscience codify it in this document.
So I guess I was a statement against the motion. Is anybody to speak in favor of the motion?
I think we got away from that, Mark. I think you just asked me once to speak on it.
I'm asking for comments, Mike, and I'm asking for an opposing comment. I know we got away from it with consequences. Anybody?
I'll speak for it. From the perspective that I shared a little bit earlier, CAMTC is very clear what's necessary in order to make your application complete. I think Katie could probably speak to it as well. You get a very detailed list, and either you have it or you need to produce it and you need to put it into effect. Going back 4 times on the same application is an indicator of something shady, and I think that purging and making folks really truly think about their processes and how they're truly going to implement them, this supports that very well.
Thank you. Any further comments?
I'd like to amend my own motion, if I may.
Of course.
Okay, I will take what Mike Callaghy said as a friendly amendment, actually, and I will support him in saying that I move to accept amendments to the policies and procedures with the change from 180 days to, with the change from 2 years to 1 year, and also excluding the portion that talks about the aligning the school fees with the current fee structure. Because I too also agree that I didn't think we had enough discussion about that change, and okay.
Does your second approve that?
That's me. I approve that. Now I'll vote for it.
Any further comments?
So, I just have a question. As the person that has to communicate this to schools,
Good luck.
they have been communicated to of the new fee schedule after that, but our policies and procedures don't align with that. And then this would lead, by changing this, it then leads us to change the application where they actually have to do it. So from a frontline level, this is sending very mixed messages.
I think they'll be happily surprised.
Thank you, Joe Bob.
Okay.
So, I will call the question. First, I will ask for public comment on this change in school policy.
Mr. Chair, can I?
Please.
So, the board passed a motion and approved something. So, I'm not exactly clear what staff is supposed to do, because by not amending the policies and procedures is not necessarily, we don't have an agenda here, a vote on the fees, which were already adopted. So I think that if somebody wants to put an agenda for the following meeting, anything about fees, that's a different story, but Mike, what you just said, we will be pleasantly surprised. I'm not exactly clear. We're gonna have to get some legal input on, well, so what does it mean? Because we cannot go against something which the board already passed unless the board decides to change it. So,
May I respond?
good.
So my understanding is the new school fee goes into effect July 1st, yes?
No.
When does it go
So,
into effect?
Well, it's already gone into effect because it's June the 1st, and for schools whose approval expires on or after June the 1st are subject to the higher fee. So those schools that have already applied, I mean, not that that couldn't be refunded or whatever, I mean, that's not an unsolvable problem, but it's just, the policy was done. This wasn't creating a new or changing a policy, this was just meant to implement what the board has passed, as almost said. So now then that there's a policy on the books of one thing, and then this doesn't reflect that, it's sending mixed messages, is all I'm saying, as somebody on the front lines that has to communicate to schools.
But I think it's just amending what you're trying to propose here, and what was voted on before. Now we're just amending that as a board.
But it's not an agenda, it's not an agenda, you cannot vote on it.
It's not, that's not true.
I'm sorry, but I just have a question. So, that already went into effect, correct?
Yes, we've already.
Based on the board's vote?
Yes, we've already had schools apply and
So-
charge them the new fees.
So we were able to operate with that new fee schedule even prior to the board amending the policies and procedure to reflect that new fee schedule. Is that the case?
Yes, we just communicated one-on-one to them that, the information's wrong, it hasn't been updated since the last board meeting, so this is the correct information.
Yeah, so I think, we're gonna have to study this issue, but I think the fact that, the way I see it, is between now and, a future board meeting where the board may want to reconsider, we're just gonna have to stay the course with what the board already adopted, because we cannot just go against the board's decision.
Well, we're amending the policies and procedures to approve schools. That's part of the reapproval fees is part of that policy and procedures. It's all one thing. I don't think you have to go back and try to amend it, or try to do it as a separate item.
Is that what we're doing? Are we re-amending the fees again by approving this?
I have a question too, because what concerned me about the fee schedule was am I recalling this incorrectly? It wasn't actually debated on and moved as a separate motion? It was just wrapped up in the budget?
It was part of the budget, and that's what the board did discuss it, and the board approved it. So the point is that it's really up to the board, but I'm just, we don't have, again, general counsel here. I do not really know what all of that means. I'm just telling you that I'm not expressing opinion, I'm just telling you I do not know. And that's why I asked Joe Bob, what were we doing up to this point? Well, the policy and procedure did not reflect what the board voted on before, and he gave us the answer, okay? But I'm not taking sides on this issue. I'm just saying procedurally, I'm not because the whole idea of voting on a fee require discussion. People may want to make public comments. The public need to be made aware of the fact that the board will be discussing it, and that is not, it's not an agenda. So I do have concerns about that, but I'm not going to be making the ruling on this.
I have a point of clarification. Joe Bob, I think what I'm understanding the issue from the reapproval process is that you're supposed to turn in your reapproval application 6 months before the date that expires. So
Yes.
there's time. So anybody who would fall under, who would be being reapproved past the June date needs to pay the new fee versus folks who might be coming in late, not at their, not at that kind of like required period of time, that they would be under the old fee schedule. So we're kind of running concurrently 2 fee schedules based on when it's implemented and when the sort of reapprovals due.
And there are 2 other issues to consider. One, you just adopted a motion earlier today to accept the budget, with the exception of breaking down some things, but the motion specifically said to maintain the numbers, okay, the dollars amounts in the budget. So that budget is based on a fee schedule that the board approved. That's one. The other thing is, let me just take a 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. I just want to make sure that whatever we do, you can still.
There's not enough.
Yeah, we don't need 7.
You need 7.
We need 7.
Yeah.
You already abstained, yeah?
1, 2, 3,
You
4,
already
5,
abstained, so no one else.
6, 7. No, you can vote. You can vote.
Every vote
You
from now on
need to have 7.
Every vote from now on is.
And so I'm going to withdraw my motion.
I guess it can be tabled to the next morning.
We can do that. We can vote to approve it as written, without the amendments. It's a choice. What say you?
Well, my suggestion is, because we have to, every time we update the policies and procedures, they're posted to the website, schools have to be notified, and then we have all these drafts to keep up with. So as much as we do amend them, it seems like frequently, we don't like it. So, so I would just say if it's going, that we just table it until the next meeting and not try to just do part of it now and part of it in 2 or 3 months.
Okay, I see nodding heads. I see approval. Let's table. We're going to table most of the rest of the agenda. Lacking council and lacking time. Questions? The motion is withdrawn, so we're not discussing a motion right now. Thank you. So, which to choose? What do you suggest? Absolutely.
So in the board packet is a proposed schedule for meetings. There's one change that I need to mention, and that is the June 6th meeting is need to say June 5th.
Page 189.
So the date earlier. The rest of the dates, as is what stuff is proposing for the board to.
So what are you suggesting to do?
Just to move the date earlier, June 5th.
June 5.
What page is this on?
Page 189, the last page. Or actually, almost the last, yeah. June 5, the proposed date. And October 9 and 10, and December 12 remain the same. Okay, so that was knocked out.
I want to thank you for memorializing the dates. I think this will help board members to plan accordingly. Thank you.
Sure.
Mark June 5.
June 5.
June 5 instead of June 6.
We can also knock out 28. Does the public have any comments to make on items that were not on the agenda today?
Yes, thank you. My name is Dave Sanchez. Although I'm here in my personal capacity, I am an experienced regulator and I have decades of experience as a regulatory attorney. Although my current position has not allowed me a lot of time to investigate the CAMTC's enforcement procedures, what I've uncovered in a short time is concerning. I have outlined some of these problems to you before, not informing therapists of the right to counsel, suspending certificates without a hearing, withholding evidence. While these procedures might be okay for a truly voluntary certificate, they're unfortunately not adequate and not fair when a person's right to earn a living is on the line, as it is with your mostly mandatory voluntary certificate. The CAMTC is supposed to elevate the profession. Massage professionals have to demonstrate almost as much formal study as lawyers. But as a lawyer, I don't have to worry that my bar license can be suspended without a hearing or revoked after a 30-minute telephone call, without the ability to call witnesses and without the ability to see the evidence that's being used against me. I regulate investment bankers, and these guys have the resources to demand a fair process. But having money should not be the barrier to having a fair regulatory process. You should have a fair process because it's the right thing to do, and because hardworking massage therapists deserve as much respect as lawyers or bankers. They should not be treated as second-class citizens, undeserving of basic constitutional rights. Regulators always get in trouble when they start measuring wins with respect to enforcement. You should always be seeking the truth, even if that means you don't use scorched earth legal tactics against unrepresented persons, even if that means you have to admit you made a mistake or you don't have enough evidence. And it means having the humility to admit when your processes are not sufficient to determine the truth. So it would be great to have this board see the amount of cases that have been brought under 4610G, which is when there's no police charges, there's no arrests.
Thank you, your time is up, sir.
Thank you.
Next person.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I share all the concerns that Mrs. Sanchez just raised about the CAMTC enforcement process. I was a massage therapist for almost 15 years. Almost 10 years ago, I was working at a spa and became concerned that some of the therapists were engaging in sexual activity in the spa. I reported the issue to management because I take my profession seriously. They promised to investigate the issue, but instead retaliated against me and made false accusations about me. But because this was decided in a court of law with discovery and due process and an opportunity to cross-examine my accusers, I was vindicated and awarded a monetary settlement. More recently, I was working at a different spa that was engaging in several labor violations, including not paying workers and allowing massage therapists to be sexually harassed by clients. Me and another therapist raised the issue with management, and of course they retaliated against us, including by submitting a false accusation about me to the CAMTC, although the police did not believe the story enough to even file charges, and even though every other state agency that has reviewed the issue has found my accusers not credible, only the CAMTC has remained their ally. In litigation, we have discovered that the CAMTC has coordinated supposed evidence against me with my former employee, which they never shared with me. The CAMTC had multiple discussions with these shady spa owners, but none with me or my lawyer, or with any or with anyone who corroborated my story.
You have 15 seconds.
Okay. Even when the police have not filed charges, the CAMTC will take away people's right to earn a living. I have talked to people who have endured severe depression, lots of suicide, and attempted suicide. They have been treated with disrespect by CAMTC personnel and lawyers who just want to win and not spend the requisite time to seek the truth.
Does anybody in the board object to allowing more time without a vote?
Yeah.
No one objects, go ahead, sir. You have a minute.
Okay. This is not elevating the profession. This does not address human trafficking. Indeed, it reemphasizes to massage professionals that they are considered to be less important than other professionals, that their education is less valuable, that we are not allowed to speak up and defend ourselves, and that we are second-class citizens.
Thank you for coming today. Thank you for speaking. Next person.
Michelle, I'm back. So thank you for letting me get this opportunity to speak about something that's outside the board's agenda today. So I'm going to read this aloud so that I stay within the time limit. I appreciate the opportunity to address issues not currently on the agenda, particularly concerning to regulations of massage therapy in California and across the United States. As a dedicated practitioner in this field, I am deeply concerned about the lack of government oversight and regulations, particularly in a profession that directly interacts with the public. The tireless efforts of law enforcement in combating human trafficking, a significant issue within our professions, are commendable. Their dedication to protecting vulnerable individuals and ensuring the integrity of our profession is vital in creating safer environments for both practitioners and the public. California's status as one of the only 4, or is it 5, states that without a government board overseeing licensing and regulations for massage therapy is troubling. It raises questions about accountability, transparency, and the overall public interest. The current arrangements with CAMTC acting as a nonprofit entity lacks the necessary oversight and transparency to ensure public safety and elevate our profession to the standards it deserves. I believe that massage therapy can thrive and progress under stricter regulations that enhances credibility and recognition within our medical community. While I acknowledge the board's efforts to address issues such as human trafficking, I am concerned that the focus on this aspect of the profession overshadows border regulatory concerns. It is true that licensing can
15 seconds.
Thank you. It is true that licensing can contribute to public safety, but enabling enforcement against unprofessional conduct. However, I believe that more robust regulations and enforcement mechanisms is necessary to be recognized by the medical community. Thank you.
Thank you. Home run. Next person.
Hi, my name is Alania Basaldua. I was an examiner for a national accreditation agency for 10 years, examining schools' operations and curriculum that wanted to become nationally accredited or re-accredited. I've owned a massage school. I've run multiple campus massage schools since 1974. I've been in the school industry. So I just want to say I agree with Joe Bob on the last agenda item, and I will talk to you about it at the next board meeting. But what I am also here to discuss is a nightmare that I'm having with BPPE and was wondering if CAMTC can help in any way. I have been trying to open American Institute of Medical Massage in Capitola for 18 months. They have now just got to my application. They've had it for 18 months. So, I would like to see if CAMTC can get behind me, because I would like to address BPPE about this inefficiency that they are having. It is precluding good massage schools from opening like mine. So anyway, that is all.
Thank you. You still have time, so I'm going to ask you, have you been in touch with Beverly May about this?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll leave it between the two of you to work it out. I know she'll give you all the help she possibly can.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you too. Next speaker.
I want to thank all of you for listening to us today. I hope you take into consideration what us as massage therapists have to say. So I appreciate you guys listening to us, and I hope we can keep working together and get our profession as elevated as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment about items not on the agenda? Okay, we're at a point now where there are some items requiring approval, and a few items that are simply reports, items that can be read at your convenience. I'm going to table the items that require approval. And, I will ask, thank you, Almost. Appreciate having some backup today. Item suggestions from the board members regarding items not on the agenda. This is your chance.
Fee fee review for massage practitioners.
Fee review.
Certificate holders.
Fee review for massage therapists for certification. Any others? Bernadette?
Yes,
Excuse me, I'm assuming you also want fee review for the schools.
Correct. I think we already handled that figure.
Go ahead, Bernadette.
Yeah, I'd like to have a report to the board about the career opportunity mailing program, and also, well, I'd like a report on, since the last time it was reported to the board about how many massage businesses have taken advantage of that, and what the status of the program is, and if we really to look at, since we reported in Sunset Review as part of workforce development, to see if we need to look at how effective that program is currently, and if we need to look at something else. I'm sorry that I'm making this very long, but basically it's like, how's the program working? If it's not working, should we look at something else? That's
good. Thank you. Anyone else? Items they'd like to see? Chief Gonzalez.
From a board development perspective, some sort of training on Bad Leaking Act and Robert's Rules, because I don't think we should have an over-reliance on council to do that for us.
Thank you.
I have a suggestion. As the meeting was long today and just a lot of back and forth and a lot of today feels very aggressive, controlling different than the one in October 11. And I think it would be great to have more community and more thinking that we all working together for the same thing. And I want to put that in there. The other thing that I want to say is that if we make the meeting like the closed meetings and the order in a different way, where we need to just the board and ask them to meet first, then the public can come in the afternoon and they don't have to stay here for the whole day. That's a suggestion.
We'll be in touch with you about that idea. It's a helpful idea. Thank you. Anyone else? I don't want to end this meeting without letting you know that I began this meeting with a call to kind, respectful, courteous dialogue, and I had hoped we could proceed throughout the day. But I must tell you honestly, I began attending meetings of this organization before it was an organization in August of 2008. I've missed 2 meetings since then. And I know we can adopt a harmonious, collaborative, cooperative environment to get our work done that comes before the disagreement. I believe we all are capable of coming from a position of collaboration, even some affection. I know because I've experienced it before on this board. I've experienced that kind of unified, united, caring for each other as persons, and then we get the work done. And as I mentioned, Ron gave me some example of disagreeing strongly, but with that kind of respect and that kind of absence of hyperbole. I know it can be done. We've done it before. And I'm on record in the public and on this microphone as calling for that and having us rise to a higher level of discourse. I know it can be done. This meeting is adjourned.
Mark.